Or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Good afternoon, welcome to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, I'm Hannah Stewart, taking you through until 6 o'clock this afternoon, joined for the first time in I don't know how long by our lovely Jem.
Hello.
How are you, love?
I'm good, thank you. And how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I was trying to work out the last time that you and I worked together.
It's been months.
I can't actually remember.
I know, I've seen you on crossover a couple of times,
yeah.
but I've not seen you in months to work with. It's lovely.
It's lovely to have you here. Jem will be with us until 6 o'clock this afternoon. The kits today are fantastic, as always. It is our wedding fair here, spring wedding fair. So we've got lots of Swarovski, lots of pearls coming your way as well. Have a look at this I've got coming up for you at 1:30 this afternoon. I'm going to have to get one of these. Ooh, in fact, no, I'm not just going to get one, I'm going to get a couple of these. This is really, really pretty. Not just one charm, but actually 2 in 1. This is gorgeous. You've got genuine pearl in 925 sterling silver. How pretty is this? 2 hearts. I know.
Oh, I haven't seen anything like that before. That's really beautiful.
Isn't it gorgeous? Really beautiful. That's coming at 1:30. Only got 120 though. Don't think that's going to be enough. That's going to be really, really popular. Oh, I need that on a bracelet. And then coming up for you at 1:45, I've got the drop pendant as well. Oh, this is very perfect if you're getting married this spring or summer maybe. Have a look at this. Really, really beautiful. Big drop pendant. This is bigger than I remember actually. When I looked at the picture, it didn't look quite this size, but it's very sizable. Oh, I do like this. This is coming up at 1:45. And your one to own today. Now, I'm going to be honest with you about this. We kind of set our price for this. And then the big cheese walked through the office while I was looking at it. And he asked me, what is that? And I was like, oh, it's just our one to own. It's coming up at 3:30. And what price tag does that say on your computer screen? Oh, no, that's not the price. No, that's not the price. I was caught out massively. And so I had to negotiate. That's what I've done. Yeah. Had to try and explain our reasons. Danny wasn't there to back me up, but don't worry, Danny. I think I got us through it. Coming up for you at 3:30, one to own, exceptional deal, not just 1, but 2 change. You've got rose gold and 925 sterling silver, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Righty ho. Can we have a sneaky peek at the kits? Actually, would that be okay? Just because they are beautiful. Now, this kit is coming up for you at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Peacock culture pearls in there. Something blue. Blue Swarovski, your beautiful peacock culture pearls, and lots of wire in there as well. And your second kit coming up for you at 4 o'clock has even more in there as well. You've got Swarovski, you've got 3 strands of pearls, one of which is multicoloured. Loads of wire in that one. Really spectacular. Oh, look at Jem's pieces as well. I'll tell you what, she's good. She's good, our Jem. She's a keeper. Have a look at those pieces. Wow. Look at that. Goodness me. Jem, you've been a busy lady.
I don't really stop. I don't know when to stop, that's the thing. If there's a bit of wire left or a couple of gems left, I'll just make something else.
Well, that's what the kits are for, you know, if you've got the time, brilliant. That kit's coming up for you at 2 o'clock, so not too long to wait. Where should we start? The pearls. It's all right, Jem. It's just an empty pot. Jem's like, would you want me to come over? I've had one of those days today. I tell you, it's not been a good day so far. Have a look at these. Are these the ones that I got? I got 4 strands, very similar to this, in one auction. before. These are incredibly beautiful. This colour is stunning. Now, we do say kind of wedding season is spring and summer. I know that weddings are all year round, but predominantly they tend to be more in the spring and the summertime, don't they? The wedding seasons and the wedding fairs, if you like. I think mother of the bride, mother of the bridegroom, this is the perfect colour that you have there. Isn't that just stunning? Vintage rose with the most incredible lustre. You've got hints of pinks, you've got hints of lilacs coming through, golden hues coming through from that iridescence as well. They are stunningly beautiful. Now, I remember it's been a couple of years now since I got married, but when I was looking in boutiques and went to wedding fairs and things, I've got to be honest with you, that I never saw a great deal of genuine gemstones. It's all kind of diamantes, lots of Swarovski there, but all kind of diamantes and sequins and things like that. You know, there wasn't really any genuine gemstones.
I know exactly what you mean, and it is beautiful, but for my money, I would want something that I could keep forever and deserves to be kept forever.
But the thing is, as well, Jem, is that these pieces of costume jewellery, they weren't very affordable. They weren't cheap. You know, you were looking at kind of £80 to £100 for a hair slide that featured faux pearls, some sequins, and some Swarovski in there. Yep. And, you know, it's shocking, really, isn't it? But if you can use genuine gemstones, do you know what? It's going to make you stand apart from everyone else at that craft fair as well. If you've got something like this on your craft stall, you know, just simply perhaps pearl knot them, add a 925 sterling silver clasp in there as well. How fabulous will they look? And do you know what? That's all you would need to do. We've only got 13 and they're £12.95 at that price tag. I'm thinking they're going to sell out very, very quickly.
I'm sure they will.
I'd sell them on for £100.
They are a really unusual colour. It's not something that you see every single day, all day.
Yeah.
A really gentle colour. It's going to work with every skin tone, I can imagine, and every other gemstone or coloured pearl that you put with it. That's lovely.
Oh, these are the peacock culture pearls that are coming up in the first kit. They are a perfect. So you could have one for one mum, one for the other, couldn't you?
Or mix them up and then you have the meeting of two families. Make it all a bit Shakespearean.
Oh, that's so lovely, Jan. That's such a lovely idea. You could do that, couldn't you? And that's the thing. It can be very, very affordable to do it as well. £12.95. If you've got those in your basket, make sure you're checking them out as soon as you can. If you do want to get interactive with us today, 60777, start message with the word JM Studio. Or alternatively, you can join us on Tinterweb. Just below the live feed, there is a little box that says send message to studio. If you type your message in there, click send, it all comes through on the same system. Have a look at these. These are pretty. Oh, Jem, it is your bracelet. I noticed it. Jem was, I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase it. Well, she was having a feel of the bump, weren't you, basically?
It's already out there on the interweb. I've told everybody on Facebook.
Oh, have you?
It was an embarrassing moment, but it was also quite lovely, quite funny.
Oh.
You tell.
Yeah. I wasn't actually going to tell the story, Jem, but all I was going to say is that Jem was having a feeling of the bump. That's what she was doing. She was having a feel of the bump, weren't you? And she was very up close and personal. And our MD walks past with a few of the big cheeses, yeah, and Jem's there on her knees kissing my belly. Yeah, but what I was going to say is when you were there, I noticed your bracelet, and you've got some spaces very similar. You've got the silver ones, haven't you?
Yes.
You've used a lot of them all the way around, so it's giving you that bangle, if you like, because it's giving you that circle. Oh, you've done the elastic. Oh. Ah, memory wire in there. Oh, I see. Look how that's what. Doesn't that look fabulous? So that's you've used, Jem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them, which is what you get in this pack, but these ones are the gold-plated ones. Oh. So you could do exactly the same size. That would work fantastically. I love that. I noticed it earlier on. Yeah, and it looked really, really beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
And when I picked these up, I thought, oh, this is the same as what our Gem's got, just a different colour. So you can just link those, and that's great, really great to see that if you do that, you get that circular
It is
shape, if you like.
almost perfect, and I've tried it on the necklace-sized memory wire as well.
Yeah.
And they still look beautiful. It's not specifically just for the bracelet size.
Ah.
It's a slightly different image that it gives you,
Yeah.
but they are really, really beautiful.
That's gorgeous, Gem. And I would imagine, perk of the job, did you want this badge, Gem?
I did, I'm sorry. I'll make you something though.
Thanks, love. That's a really easy make, isn't it? But it doesn't look, you know, it looks really high-end and expensive, that piece of jewellery.
The thing that I love about using those particular spacer bars,
Yeah.
beads, however you prefer to know them, is that it makes you feel like a jewellery shop. It makes you feel like a high-end jeweller,
yeah.
because the finish that you're seeing is a beautiful high polish, which
Yeah.
takes a lot of time to get.
Of course.
But you've just whacked it together, bent the ends over. Don't use your lovely flush cutters on the memory wire, whatever you do. And it just looks like a finished piece of jewellery. I think they're so easy to use.
That's fab. It's a really beautiful piece of jewellery and really simple, you know, even if you've never made a piece of jewellery in your life, I reckon you could do this. Absolute doll. Little length of memory wire you've got there. All 10 of the spacers, these ones you're coming in for are the gold ones today. And gemstone of choice, some charms on there. Well, I love it, Gem, love it. VQGP25 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Jane in Cornwall. Good afternoon, Hannah and Gem. Wear the check from Cornwall. Wet and blowing a gale. Not nice. Oh, this is Storm. What's her face? Doris, is it? Oh, Dor. It is actually Doris, isn't it? Yeah.
I love that name.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is.
I
Really.
love the old-fashioned names.
Yes.
Oh, love that. Where the check in Nebraska? Sally in Nebraska. Is it Sally in Nebraska or Marcia in Nebraska? Danny's going for Rye. He's going to say 11. I'm going to go 6.
I'm going to go sub. I'm going to go 5. So on the lower side.
I'm going 4.
Oh, man, he's going
controversial.
Yeah.
-9.
No!
Ah!
Oh, that made my drizzly drive up pale into insignificance, really. Stay warm, stay safe.
Wow, I know, that is chilly. Oh, it's 8. See, I don't think of the time difference as
No,
well.
that's
You know,
true.
if I'd have known it was early in the morning, I might have gone a little bit lower, I don't know. But saying that, I'm not very good at geography. I don't know where anywhere is, really, other than, the Midlands and Pembrokeshire. £5.95. You could make a very, very similar design to Gem. Gem, what would you sell that on for?
In
That's a
silver,
lot of silver, and it's amber as well, isn't it?
with the silver and amber, it would be at least £40, £45,
Yeah.
possibly north of there, depending on where you're selling.
Wow. That's amazing. That is amazing, isn't it? Look at that, it's beautiful. And £5.95. You could be recreating a very similar design if you wanted to. 0800 644 655 is how you can get involved this afternoon, or you can join us. I'll give it you back, Gem. She's winking at me as if to say, that's right, Hannah.
Thank you.
Pass it back. Right. Pearls, the pearls, the pearls. Oh, look at these. Holding these straight up. They're gorgeous. They're absolutely massive. Look at the size of these. Only 21. Last 21. In fact, they've been very, very popular before. I spy with my little eye something beginning with D-O-T-D. They were the deal of the day. You know what that means? We're going to have to honour the deal of the day price tag. Bonus! Look at these. These are huge. I love the shape of these as well. Pearl rondelles you've got here. So they're not quite, you know, your rounds. They've got almost that, almost like a flat side to these as well. So they do sit together really, really beautifully. 10 by 7 millimetres in size. That is colossal. You know, just a small section, and because of the shape of these as well, you could take just a small section using the little spacers that we've just had. Maybe take 3 of those. Oh no, actually, Jem, recreate your bracelet using these.
That would be
Couldn't you?
beautiful. The first time I bought pearls for myself a very long time ago, they were that colour and they were
Oh, really?
on memory wire. I've still got them somewhere.
Yeah, see, they'd work great on the memory wire, wouldn't they? Especially with the spaces that we just had along with the gold as well. That is a 39cm strand. Peacock freshwater culture pearls. You can see the purples, you can see the blues, you can see the greens coming through there. You've got a real dark tone to these. They are very elegant, very sophisticated, and they look incredibly high-end, don't they? If you are brand new to us here at Jewellery Maker, you've never tuned in before, have a think about prices for pearls elsewhere. You know, if you're tuning in, it's probably because you love jewellery and you love gemstones. So you've probably seen the prices of pearls elsewhere. I mean, this size, peacock culture pearls, actually, it's really hard for me to do comparisons high street because I really struggle to find them on the high street. See lots of your white pearls, but peacock culture pearls, don't tend to see too many of them. In fact, no, I haven't ever seen peacock culture pearls on the high street. They will be there somewhere. I've just never seen them. Think about the prices you would pay elsewhere. You know, once you get to 7mm and over with a genuine pearl, that price tag can pretty much do what it wants to. £14.95. There is no catch, there is no small print, there is nothing added on when you come through to the call centre. That's your price tag, plus your P&P, that's it. Under £20, even with your P&P there. ZTPO 93, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. I'm going to go with about 50 gemstones on that strand there. 50 genuine pearls, £14.95. 0800 644 655. Webbers, do check out your baskets as soon as you can. When you pop something in your basket, it's not guaranteed until you have secured that purchase by going through that checkout process and confirming. Until you've had that, thank you for your order at the end of the process, checkout process, it's not yours. Get checking out. ZTPO 93. What would you do with yours, Gem?
I think I'd want to do something quite out there.
Yeah?
Because it's my favourite colourway of pearls and it's a really interesting shape as well. You get a different accessibility when you've got that slightly off round.
Yeah.
So I'd be tempted to probably stack some on some very long head pins and then very delicately wrap a fine wire, possibly in a copper or an antique bronze, and just chase the shape of the pearls around. And just have long drop earrings. That would be my first. And then I'd probably want to make a very strange headdress with them.
I love Adam. 0800 644 655. We've just got 9 chances left and lots in baskets right now. Well done if you managed to get that. The flower charm. Oh, look at this. This is so pretty. Gorgeous, gorgeous design. Perfect to add to your collection of charms that you've already got from us here at Jewellery Maker. There's been no end of charms, I tell you, the last couple of weeks. Only got 37 of these. This would go fantastically with the star buy that's coming up for you in about 10 minutes' time. Imagine both of those on your charm bracelet. Oh, hello. They look gorgeous.
They're really beautiful and they can mean just exactly what you want them to mean, can't they?
Exactly. That's what I love about hearts and floral, if you like, floral designs as well. Is that it can be whatever you want it to be. There's no, specific sentiment behind a flower charm. It can be whatever you want it to be. This is a really, really pretty design as well. It's solid 925 sterling silver that you have there. It says double colour charm. Is that gold plating? Danny is going to further investigate on that. 12 by 10 millimetres in size, so quite sizable actually. And it does say charm on your graphicals, but you know, it doesn't have to be an actual charm. You could multi-buy. You could add this onto a 925 sterling silver chain, and that would make a beautiful, beautiful necklace. And you could pop that onto shepherd's hooks and you'd have the pair of earrings to match there as well. In fact, you could have the entire suite, couldn't you, if you multi-buy on this one. Perhaps get 4 of them, 5 of them, maybe more. 0800 644 655 NV RF38. £6.95 for you this afternoon. Unbelievable. That's for a solid 925 sterling silver charm. It's not silver plate. It is solid 925 sterling silver, which has risen in price over the last couple of months. Went up by 30% initially. Prices do fluctuate every single day, so it may have gone up a little bit more. It may have gone down a little bit today, but you just never know with precious metals. Get this while you can at £6.95, because if you do leave it in your basket, that price tag also goes back up. It doesn't stay forever, you know. The benefit of tuning in and watching live is that you get discount codes. So on the web today, how much would this have been on the web today, Danny? £9.95 maybe? Something like that, I'm guessing. Well, we've taken it down to £6.95. This is why you always tune in and watch, you see. NVRF38. Deborah in Greater London says this charm is £75 on a simple chain on the web. Whew. Yikes!
Well, yikes for everybody else, not yikes for us.
I know.
Anti-yikes.
Well, imagine if you came in and bought this charm. So this charm's £6.95. You get our one to own, which is coming up for you at £3.30. Pop that charm on there. Do you know what? I'm just gonna let you know that you could get both of these components for under £20. If you want to sell that on, £40 to £50. It's up to you. I know. £3.30 those are coming up for you. Chromed upside, I hear you say. What's that, lovely? Chain. Oh, meter. Bring in the pony. I am layering up that look. You've got to. You've got to. Look at that. Beautiful. All you need to do is add a jump ring and a clasp. That's it. That's all you would have to do. It's entirely, oh no, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? It's entirely up to you what you want to do with yours. I mean, a metre long length, you could split that into several components. So with a metre, you can actually get 5 7-inch bracelets. That's a lot, isn't it? It really is. And you know what, you'd still have some left over as well. So if you wanted to make, in fact, that is perfect for a charm bracelet because of the size of the links you have on this. So maybe if you've just got the flower charm that we've just had, that's pretty, isn't it? And then if you come in and get the star by as well, that's going to be on now in a minute, which actually is about 7 minutes time. Just pop that on there as well. Could be the rocking horse charm that we had yesterday, the ladybird charms, the heart charms that we've had. What else have we had? We had rocking horses yesterday, dolphins, elephants. You name it, we've had it. So yeah, it could be that you come in and get 5 of those, make 5 bracelets with this chain that you've got. That's ready to go charm bracelets that you've got there, isn't it?
Absolutely, very, very easy. The links are perfect for adding into. Really beautiful. You
could get your thicker gauges of wire and your head pins through there, no problem at all. 2 16-inch necklaces and 1 7-inch bracelet you could get from that metre long length if you wanted to. You could go for earrings, you know, inch long drops in earrings. You could get about 19 pairs of earrings from that metre long length. I'd be tempted to multi-buy.
I would, absolutely.
Because of the versatility of the fact that we can make earrings, we can make charm bracelets, and we can connect to it. So it's really versatile, isn't it? I would multi-buy, especially at this kind of price tag. JCVV01 is your code, 0800 644 655, £12.95. That's not just for like a 7-inch bracelet. That's for a metre long length. So let's say we're selling that 7-inch bracelet for £12. You know, start off your charm bracelet, sell it as your kind of blank canvas for your customers, then have a selection of charms on your craft stall as well, and then they can add them. They can add them. What was that? Oh no. Do you know, I've had a bit of a start to the day today. You know when you just have those days, like you get out of bed, you stub your toe. You know, you spill a drink. You know, you're trying to run out for the school run and you knock a whole glass of water over. So you're like, oh my gosh, this is going to hold me up by 10 minutes because I actually have to get this up before I leave the house. And then I got to work. And I attempted to get through the door. I don't really know what happened, but I ended up on my bottom. And I did fall. I don't know how. I was going in the door front ways and I managed to spin round and land on my bum. And then this knight in shining armour, who, thank you if you watch him, I have no idea who he was. I have no idea where he came from. But this man appeared and just picked me up off the floor and was like, are you okay? I was like, I don't know. I don't know. Am I? So I sent our lovely, lovely Roy, who's our facilities manager. Danny says, right, you best send him an email. Just let you know, probably best just let him know what's happened. I was like, right. So not to panic, Roy, but had a bit of a fall today. I said to Danny, I'm going to click send in a second. How long do you think it will be until Roy comes in the office? It was 6 minutes past 12. It was 6 minutes past 12. Danny says, I'll give him till 11 minutes past. I said, I'll give him 2 minutes. Click send, and what do you know? 2 minutes, he was there. Right, tell me what happened. Are you okay? Now there's been an email sent out. I've got my own parking space. This is brilliant. Yay! Yeah, I've got my own parking. I've got a cone and everything now, Jen. I didn't know. Yeah, should paint maybe on the floor. You know, like Mr. Greedy. Paint Mr. Greedy on the floor, like Hannah's parking space. Yeah. Thanks, Roy. What a legend.
Aww.
Bless him. Right. Pearl, that's coming up for you in 5 minutes. Have a look at this. I'm all right. Have a look at this. Really, really pretty. Isn't this pretty? I'm going to get a couple of these, you know. Love Day. Love Day. Less than 2 weeks now. Have a look at this. Beautiful. Check out the intense colour. You have 35 carats of chrome dioxide, 100% natural gemstone. Now this comes all the way from Siberia over in Russia, where temperatures can reach as low as minus 45 degrees, which is pretty chilly.
Makes Nebraska look sort of tropical at the moment.
It does. It absolutely does. Minus 45. You couldn't pay me to go there when it's that cold. No, you couldn't. And you know, because it's so cold, basically the mine is frozen over solid, so it's an impossible task for us to gain access to that mine. There are 2 months of the year, July and August, that there may be a gap. There may be a little window for us to gain access to the mine. It may warm up just a little bit, say to minus 20, you know, minus 15, let's say, and we may be able to get into the mine. So that's like quite a big maybe, you know, we're kind of sitting on this 8-week window and waiting. Maybe it could just be a week within that 8-week window. It could be 2 weeks within that 8-week window. And then we've got to hope that we find some chrome dioxide in there. And even if we do, there's no saying that it's of gemstone quality, that we can actually, you know, use it even as bead quality, never mind gemstone quality. So all these ifs and buts make for a very, very rare and beautiful gemstone. Very, very, very rare. You've got a massive, massive carat weight. 35 carats of chrome dioxide. That could, and it's no exaggeration, that could literally be an entire day's parcel. That could be the entire parcel from a week's worth of mining right there. You know, there's no guarantees when we go into that mine that any of the miners are going to come out with anything at all. Never mind 35 carats. Completely natural gemstone that is saturated, absolutely saturated with colour there. That is the greenest green you could ever wish for, isn't it? I am the queen of green. I love this gemstone. OM ND 58, 35 carats of your faceted rondelles. They are 2x1 to 6x3 millimetres in size. 18 centimetre strand at £29.95. Can you imagine these as spacers in between your pearls? That would make them pop, wouldn't it? My goodness me. What would you do with your strand, Jen?
I think I would struggle to cut the strand for a while. I've got some strands of diopside at home which I just take out and gaze upon. It's so otherworldly. It's beautiful, and it's the perfect combination with your natural pearls. It looks amazing with the peacock pearls. If you pop it against a black spinel, for instance, it's a completely different animal. I love this gemstone, unbelievably so, and I would want it in a ring, a little trilogy ring with a little bit of wire weaving around it to protect it and enhance it. But I'd also want it on my wrist so I could look at it and play with it all the time. Wow,
it's just fantastic, isn't it? I mean, look at that with those beasts. They're huge. That's not your price tag, by the way. We're going even lower. 0800 644 655. But you know, it doesn't matter when you check out. Nobody pays any more than anybody else. So even if you check out at the higher price tag, you will always only ever pay that final low closing price tag. Today, that is just £21.95. ONND58 0800 644 655. Get your certificate of authenticity with this one, you know. It's chrome dioxide. If you're selling this, I mean, I can't put a price on chrome dioxide. I always find it really difficult with gemstones like this. But, you know, for me, if I was making an entire suite with this, it would be well over 3 figures. Well into 3 figures, I should say. Easily. £21.95. If you want to give your gemstones away, but when I say give away, to me, you know, let's say you channel set 3 of these gemstones in 925 sterling silver wire and made a ring. If you sold that at £15, it would make me cross. So that's what I mean by giving it away. If you want to do that, that's fine, because you're going to get your money back and some. In fact, you probably make a huge, huge profit doing that. But with gemstones like this, if you underprice, people doubt the authenticity. So always get that certificate of authenticity if you can. It's an extra 25 pence if you add it to your order, or you can print it off at the website free of charge, www.jewellerymaker.com. Collector's gemstone. That's not even £1 a carat. That's ridiculous, I tell you, isn't it?
It's so beautiful, and you don't see it absolutely everywhere, and I think that's a real treasure for us to be able to have access to gems like this. In the town near where I live, which is Banbury in Oxfordshire, we've got high-end chain jewellers, we've got mid-range, we've got a couple of independents, and we've also got some very bargain-tastic jewellers, so we've got a full range. I have yet to see chrome dioxide reach any of their windows. So, you know, if you want to be able to bring something that's absolutely stunning, otherworldly, unique, then I would absolutely have to have that.
Yeah. Do you know, I was talking about this to one of our customers actually as well, because she's going to attempt to sell, you know, and was asking for some advice and stuff, and I said, this is great, but, you know, I think it's about finding the right places, and it's about finding something a little bit different as well, because, you know, there's a lot of competitors out there, isn't there? You know, so it's finding something a little bit niche, isn't it? Like a niche market, and you know, you rare gemstones, as you say.
Definitely. And if you wanted to make something your signature gemstone that you add on as a tiny charm to the end of your bracelets, at the back of the neckline, or an extender chain for your necklaces, if you were to have something like chrome dioxide, which you can talk about till the cows come home, because we talk about it and you absorb that knowledge, that is such a rich gift to give somebody. It's something really special.
And it makes people come back as well, doesn't it? Right, it is 1:30. It's time for a star buy. Back in stock. August last year. We've been waiting a long time. Feels like forever that we've been waiting for this to come back. This was such a popular component when we had it, and it's easy to see why. This is just beautiful. Do you know, as soon as I picked this up early on, it made me think of that famous charm brand on the high street, and something very similar that I saw in that shop for £80. £80 it was, I remember it well. This is not just one charm, it is effectively 2 charms that you have here. I mean, would you look at that? Look at that silver. How beautiful. If I just try and budge this one out the way. Can you write the code down for me, Danny, please? 1.28 grams. 1.8 grams, sorry, there we go. Look at that. that texturing, that, do you know what, that just that heart charm by itself, there's so much silver in there. It's really, really substantial, isn't it? That is beautiful. It's been textured beautifully and polished beautifully as well to give you a really, really high-end finish. And then you've got your other heart charm there as well. It just has the most beautiful 4mm pearl nestled in there as well. It's like two hearts, two become one. Perfect for Valentine's Day, isn't it? Just Danny's singing the Spice Girls. Brilliant, two become one. The worrying thing is he knows all the words. 925 solid sterling silver as well. Again, silver prices did about, I've lost track now. Was it like 3 months ago maybe? They went up by 30%, which is the biggest price rise that I've seen for 925 sterling silver in a decade. They do fluctuate every single day, precious metal prices. So they may have gone down a little, they may have gone up a little, they may have gone down a fraction today. But they're kind of there or thereabouts pretty much. Well, you know, everybody in the industry, the day that happened, put their silver prices up. Did we? No, we didn't. It was brilliant. No, we didn't. So what I would say to you is that just keep coming in for your silver. Wherever you see your silver, keep coming in for this, because unless you are looking at something that is brand spanking new, in fact, even if we had something on new today, we probably bought it a year ago. So, you know, we're still going to be passing on those deals, but in the future, you will most definitely see that 30% price increase or thereabouts here at Jewellery Maker, because the whole industry, unfortunately, is having to pay those prices. But where it has gone up, you can increase your prices. And where it has gone up, that's adding even more value to your designs, isn't it? You know, and that's the way to think about it. You've got a precious metal here. Now, if you did get the chain that we had earlier on, that metre long length, that was the perfect chain for a charm bracelet. So you could very easily, I mean, look at that, bridesmaids presents maybe, if you've got to buy for bridesmaids. If you're buying maybe just for a friend, you know, one of my friends, she loves hearts. She's got a little heart tattoo. On her wrists, she's got hearts all over her jewellery making tools. So she's got hearts everywhere. She loves the little hearts. But you know what? It doesn't have to be, does it? You know, for your partner as such, you know. There's lots of people we love, isn't there? You know, or just, you know, yeah, makes like, is that? Really? Tell me more. Bit of gossip. But you know, it is, isn't it? It's the ultimate symbol of love, if you like, the hearts. It could be for your mum, it could be for your sister, it could be for your BFF. It could be as a wedding gift to somebody if you wanted to. You know, I could get this for my friend who's getting married in April, give it to her on the morning of the wedding.
How lovely would that be?
So doing that now. Yeah.
And if you didn't want it to be something that was heavily featured, you could make it as something like an anklet or a little tiny charm to go on. What's that thing that you wear around your stockings? Your garter. That's the one.
Yeah, it's a good idea, isn't it?
If they're lacy, they've got little apertures into which you can put a link.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to make her an anklet, you know. I think I might get the chain and this charm and then make her an anklet. SXPK83 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Do you know what? Pretty much every single person that has checked out so far has got 2s and 3s of these. I mean, how are we looking for quantity, Danny? Because I can't see a call screen and I really want this. Only 120. It's written the code down, but he's crossed half of it out. What does that mean? You're expecting it to sell out. Brilliant. Oh, well, there you go. Because effectively, it's actually 2 charms that you've got there at £9.95. Oh, she's giving him the look. 0800 644 655. Mary and Bernard in Merthyr, congratulations to you. Anne in Greater Manchester, Christine in Nottinghamshire, Sharon in County Durham, Margaret in Nottinghamshire, Ruth in Hampshire, Sandra in Glamorgan, Collector in Buckinghamshire, you're all there as well. Loads of telephone bidders coming through, loads of webbers as well. If you're on the phone lines, press your number 1 button. It puts you straight through to the call centre. No need to hold and listen to that automated message if you don't want to. In auctions like this, I would just get through as quickly as you possibly can. You could add that onto a necklace if you wanted to, necklace design as a pendant. Charm bracelet works beautifully, but I think because there's 2 hearts, that's a really great wedding gift, isn't it? Because it is 2 hearts of the wall.
Again, you can make that symbolism however you want it to be. You could even separate the two pieces.
Yeah.
Have one for yourself and one for your best friend or your beloved or somebody you grew up with, somebody who's special to you. It's very affordable for the quantity. That's
given me another idea, Jem. Thank you. But actually, I don't think I'm going to get one. If you look, actually, there are... You could just cut the centre one, couldn't you? Cut the centre jump ring there. I think they are soldered because they're all connected, but you could just cut it very carefully with your cutters. Keep it because it's 925 solid sterling silver. And then you have got two separate components there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a great idea. I love that heart at the bottom. Look how much silver there is in that. It's so high end. Just £9.95 by itself would be a great price for that.
Do you know what? Hanging it like that, wouldn't that make a really interesting, quite a high neck piece? Say on a 16-inch necklace, cut the necklace piece, connect it into the apertures on the upside downness of the heart so that it dangles down, and then you've got a right way up heart underneath it. That would be something a bit different, wouldn't it?
Left it outside of the jewellery box again. £9.95. Check it out as quickly as you can. How many do we have left? Over half of the stock has gone. Put that on the list, Daniel. That's a little treat to myself. A little February treat. Or I should say February the 2nd treat. Treat a day for me.
It's got to be. You've got to practice self-love.
I'm terrible. Terrible, I tell you. White pearls. Oh, sorry, Danny, I can't see them. Which white pearls? Where? You could see these from space. They are absolutely massive. Look at the size of these. Whoo! $3.45. These are coming up for you.
Don't they go beautifully with the colour of your top?
Yes, I do have to say I'm feeling very regal all of a sudden. There's me falling over anyone. I wasn't even drunk. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? What's that all about? This has just been passed to me. I'm going to show you this. This is huge as well. Look at the size of those central gemstones. Tanzanite strand. Should we do it now? Oh, result. Look at the depth of colour in that tanzanite. Wow. If you were asking me my opinion for colour grading on this one, I'm going to go with AAA because I'm seeing so many pinks in there, huge amount of pinks, which you aren't guaranteed to see. In your AAA, you're not guaranteed to see pinks in a lower grade than AAA, but you are in AAA. There's definitely some in there that are a bit lower, so maybe your AA, your A+ grade in there. But most of all in that strand, we're certainly looking at AAA, in my opinion. 62 carats of your tanzanite, graduated faceted rondelles there. They are 2x1 to 7x4 millimetres in size. If you look at those three central gemstones, they have got to be getting on for 2 carats a piece. I mean, they are massive. They are absolutely huge. How about you something blue on your wedding day?
Perfect.
Isn't that just perfect?
It would be absolutely stunning. You could have a pendant made with the central 3, maybe, and then the next largest ones either side of those could be on cufflinks for the groom, graduating down for the groomsmen and the bridesmaids. You could split the strand across the whole party. Everybody's got something blue. Everybody's got a reminder of a beautiful day.
Oh, I like that. That's a really nice idea, isn't it? Tanzanite's a great gemstone actually for something blue on your wedding day because it is the gemstone of new beginnings as well. I had tanzanite in an anklet on my wedding day, but let's not talk about that because I lost it and my mum will not let me forget about it because she made it. 62 carats of tanzanite. I bet she sat there and I said, oh, I forgot about that. 62 carats of your tanzanite graduated faceted rondelles. It's one of your big 5. It's one of the most precious gemstones on the planet. And when you think of the big 5, so you've got diamonds, you've got sapphires, you've got emeralds, you've got rubies, and you've got tanzanite. They're your big 5. When you think of all of those gemstones, which ones are we running out of? Which ones are really low on the ground? Which ones have rocketed in price over the last 5 years or so? There's only one. And you're looking at it right now. I mean, you think about emeralds and rubies, sapphires, they're multi-locational gemstones. Diamonds, we're not going to run out of diamonds anytime soon. No way. But tanzanite, there's an urgency. There's an urgency for this gemstone, and that's why prices have gone up so much so quickly. Not here at Jewellery Maker. We know people in places. It's not what you know, it's who you know. £29.95 HQ RU51 is your code for these. Get them into your stash again for your bridal fairs. You've got perfect something blue here, I think, and they are very blue.
Ooh. Wasn't quite expecting that, to be fair.
I could get the charm. I could get the charm with the saving on this strand and still have change. 62 carats. What does that work out to per carat? In fact, don't bother. Let's not go there. 0800 644 655. Press your number 1 button. Confirm as soon as you can. 30-day money back guarantee. 30 days to think about it, Jen.
So I was just going to say, that's less than 30 pence a carat, and then it was worked out for us. 28 pence a carat is unbelievable.
I love the fact that Jen worked it out in her head quicker than Danny worked it out on a calculator. Amazing. Amazing. HQ, are you? Have you ever thought about countdown, Jen?
Yeah, I failed GCSE maths, so perhaps we won't.
HQ, are you? 51, £17.95. That is a fantastic price tag. If you pop it with the pearls, I mean these. Look at that together. Just put one of those in with your pearls. What was your worst subject, Max? Maths as well. Yeah. Oh gosh, what a team we are.
2 years private tuition.
2 years private tuition?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I've done it 4 times.
You've done it 4 times?
Got 2 E's and 2 D's.
2 E's and 2 D's. You went to night school. Just can't do it. Oh, I'm with you, Max. Do you know the thing is, I think it's when you don't kind of enjoy something, you don't absorb it, do you? Because you don't kind of feel the eagerness to learn when you're just like, what do we need algebra for? Have you used it since you've left school?
I spent 20 years working in statistical analysis. I really needed maths. really needed it. If you're on a study day and you're thinking about maths, do it. Concentrate. Hit the books.
I mean, it is good, but it's like, you know, I nearly sent Danny a picture last night, actually. I was helping my son with his homework, and we always joke because my son's homework, he's 8, and there are questions that I'm like, what? What does that mean? Last night there was a question, which one is the obtuse angle? I was like, what is an obtuse angle? What is an obtuse angle? I know what it is now because I had to Google it. And the search engines are available. But I was like, what is that? Why are they asking him that? Just simple multiplication. Multiplication? Multiplication.
Is it the one past the 90 degrees?
Yes. An obtuse angle is more than 90 degrees but less than 180. Something I learnt yesterday, yeah.
It is a school day.
Every day is a school day here at Jewellery Maker. What was your worst subject at school? 60777, start message with word JM Studio. I feel a lot of maths text going on. Geography, maths and geography for me. Oh my God.
Geography?
Really?
I really did, and I thought that I was going to become a geologist, and that didn't quite pan out.
Oh. See, geography again. You've got, you know, the world, countries, get that. That's geography for me. Contour lines. Don't get that. Don't get that. Time for another star buy. Have a look. Oh, this is gorgeous. You know, this is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be, actually. The picture did not do this justice when I looked at it earlier on. Check out the size of this. Check out the design as well. How sleek is this design? This is so high-end. That is so designer, that finish. That is perfect. We have absolutely nailed it, haven't we? We have absolutely nailed that design. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that pearl. Isn't that just so, so pretty? Incredible luster. Just beautiful, beautiful luster you've got on that pearl, and a fantastic size there as well. 8 by 7 millimeters in size. That silver work is exquisite. Really, really exquisite. 41 by 14 millimeters in size. That is so sizable, isn't it? In fact, if I don't suppose you've got a spare jump ring over there. Have you going spare, Jem?
I can make you one very quickly.
That would be fab. I'm not going to pop it onto that chain. I'm going to pop it onto the chain that we've got coming up for you at 3:30 as your one to own. Oh, it does look really pretty. Do you know what? I was just about to say, I wouldn't necessarily use it with that chain, but now I've seen them together, I think I might, because that makes it really, really sparkly. Maybe the snake chain. If you've got the snake chain in your stash at home already, that would look fantastic as well. If I just pop this onto the hand for a second, and then I'll just wait for Jem with here's one I made earlier.
If I'd made it earlier, it might be straight.
Thank you. Oh, she's opened it as well. What a star. What a star.
Did you want some?
I think I'll be all right. Thanks, Ryan. Ryan just said we've got about 7 minutes for you to do this, Hannah. No pressure. I could never be a guest designer, you know. Too much pressure. There we go. I'll just use my tweezers, Jem. Good to go. There we are. Just to give you some idea, let's see that. Oh, it's so pretty. I mean, can you imagine, you know, if you've got a very low neckline, perhaps your bridal dress?
Definitely, or you could have that dangling down the back as well. Yeah. Do you know what? It's such a lovely pearl. It just makes you want to touch it. It's absolutely glorious.
It's stunning, isn't it? The luster is fabulous. You've got incredible luster there. I just love the design. You know, it's not, you know, I'm always saying less is more. That's what it is. That's exactly what we've done with this design. It's perfect. You know, there's nothing to detract away from the pearl there. It's all about the pearl, but then that silver work is so sleek, so perfect that it just gives you that designer edge. It really does. RO29 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655 or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm actually thinking, now I've just given it a little twist. I'm thinking, Jem, earrings as well.
It would,
because it would tessellate beautifully, wouldn't it?
It would look amazing, especially if you added a length of chain at the top. You
Yeah.
know, we had the metre of chain earlier, because it would allow them to spin, and I think that shape, the overall kind of twisted shape, it would twist and move really beautifully.
It would work really, really well, wouldn't it? That's just divine. Love that one. 0800 644 655. Webbers, check out as soon as you can. There's lots of you on the web. Let's talk price then, Jem. So, you know, if I'm popping this onto a 925 sterling silver chain, and literally that is all you would have to do, as I've just done. Oh, look at that. What kind of price tag do you think you could sell that on for? Bridal and not bridal.
If you were in a fairly middle of the range venue,
Yeah.
probably 45 to 50 pounds. If you stuck the label bridal on it and you were feeling particularly like you wanted to make a profit, you could go up to £100 for a pearl on a silver chain.
I think you could. Look at that. Oh, yeah, they'd work so well as earrings, wouldn't they?
They'd look amazing.
Yeah. Definitely. I do like the idea of having it down the back of the neckline though.
That would look so pretty.
Think about a pearl anywhere else. 8 by 7 millimeters in size. Never mind the 925 sterling silver that you have there. I mean, what kind of price tag could you pay for that? £80? £50? Easily. Not here at JM. No. I was just about to say, no, not a normal day. It's never a normal day. Never ever have a normal day here. £9.95 for you this afternoon. That is incredible value. And you know, there is nothing to stop you multi-buying. If you want to come in, because you've got a bridal fair coming up and you're thinking, I know these are going to sell like hotcakes, get 4, get 5, you know, get as many as you like. The worst thing I think about jewellery making, and especially Jewellery Maker, and the prices, I do it myself. Yesterday, I picked up my amber connectors that I bought, and I got 2 of them. And I haven't even done anything with them yet. And I looked at them, I looked at the receipt, and I saw the price, and I thought, why didn't I get more? I do it all the time. I always think, why didn't I get more? If you can, check them out. Do we not have the horn? Someone's turned this on.
You can't turn that off.
I mean, if you could put that on my list, Danny, that would be fabulous. £6.95. How many did we start with? 250. Oh, you're going to have to be super, super quick. There are loads and loads of you coming through. £6.95. Gem hawks. That is ridiculous. Look at it. You know, it's not like it's a very delicate component. It's really, really sizable, isn't it?
It's not something that's going to disappear, but because it's so beautifully made, you can wear this as an elegant piece, or you could even rosary link between them.
Yeah.
And you could have a couple of those on a chain as well. You've got so many options outside of using it as a pendant drop. But it's a substantial piece. Really, really gorgeous.
I'm going to get 4. I'm going to get 4. Liz in Kent, she's in again. I love the pendants that JM has in stock at the moment. Most of them are simply beautiful in their simplicity, and most of them have silly prices. Yeah, you'd be right. That's what I mean, Liz in Kent. It's simplicity, isn't it? You know, you don't need to go to town on these designs. And sometimes, you know, with a pearl, keep it simple. It's the best way. It is all about the pearl. Hazy in Nottingham, she says, I'm a card designer and I use algebra and other maths in order to make complex card designs. It's useful for bead weaving too. Really? How? Algebra?
Well, if you had, for instance, an 8-inch by 6-inch card, you'd need to calculate how much ribbon you were going to use along the specific edges. And you can use mathematics to work out quantities that you'll need. Because if you just randomly cut bits off, you're going to have wastage.
I just get a ruler and measure it. Is that not easier? I mean, is it?
If you're working with it all the time, you know, it might be easier rather than measuring each thing and keeping that.
I think, do you know what? If somebody said to me, will you need algebra for card making? I'd be like, no, not. That's like the least. I'd never expect anybody to say they needed algebra for card making. That's crazy. Daniel Jessica in Hampshire says, James Studio, I was totally number blind at school, but went on and studied music at college and then sang professionally, so didn't need it too much. Phew. Sang professionally, eh? Get it. Oh, maths.
Worst bit is my auntie's
geography.
a professional maths tutor.
Really?
Yeah, still failed.
And my son is so good at maths. Absolute sponge, he's brilliant. Obtuse angles. Pearls. Oh, the kit. The kit is coming up for you after the break. Peacock Culture Pearls, Wire, Swarovski. Do not go anywhere. They're coming up with you, for you, in a couple of minutes' time.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you.
you know, no matter how many times you purchase with Jewellery Maker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging. Select our standard delivery for just $2.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for $4.95.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, it is time for the first kit of the day today, which is, in fact, both kits today are spectacular. There's one thing we can guarantee when it's a wedding fair, and that's pearls. And who doesn't love pearls? We all do, don't we? Yes. This kit is fantastic. Now, I've been saying lately that the peacock culture pearls have been getting better and better and better.
They have.
I think we're getting more fussy, our buying team, which is great. We're getting more particular, and it's like the tone has come down in the peacock curls. So it's really making the iridescence glow like we've never ever seen before. You know, generally the darker the tones, the kind of less you'll see that iridescence, if you like. But with these lighter tones, have a look at these purples, pinks, blues, greens coming through there. They are stunning. Oh, look at those. They are breathtaking, aren't they?
Absolutely gorgeous. Love those tones.
Have
really
you
do.
seen peacock culture pearls on the high street, Jem?
No, I haven't. You do very rarely see any coloured
Yeah.
pearls. You'll see perhaps a bleached pearl.
Okay.
You may see a natural whiter pearl. But generally speaking, not so much of the
Yeah,
coloured pearls,
see-
and especially not this.
Yeah, see, I don't. And I know that some of you have. I know that peacock culture pearls are certainly there. But I haven't actually seen them, you know? So really, for comparisons, I don't have anything to compare them to other than kind of boutique prices with these. But we all know they're incredibly sought after. They're very, very popular here at Jewellery Maker as well. They always tend to be one that sells out, the peacock cultured pearls. But they are really, really popular. And the great thing is that they go with any other colour pearl. So I've got these white pearls that are coming up for you. Oh my gosh. Later on. Perfect. I mean, that combination together.
It's idyllic,
Stunning.
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely stunning. So, in this kit, you are going to get 2 strands of your peacock culture pearls. Now, with pearls in a kit, I always, and it doesn't matter whether it's 1 strand, 2 strand, 3 strand, or whether it's just 1 strand and then other gemstones, always think about what kind of price tag you'd pop on your pearls. So, I'm thinking, you know, perhaps pearl knotting, that strand there, adding your 925 clasp. What kind of price tag? What kind of price tag would you pop on those? £80 upwards? I couldn't go under 80, not that size.
I think I'd really struggle to do that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a strand of pearls available in one of my online presences at the moment, and the pearls are very baroque in their nature,
Right.
significantly less smooth, less nacre, less beauty, and they are on at £55.
Okay.
And they're just knotted with a very simple silver ending to them.
Very good price.
So of this calibre of
Yeah.
pearls, I would be looking to double that.
Yeah, I think, you know, and I know guest designer Fleur Hastings always says it doesn't matter what size, if she's pearl knotted and added a 925 class, you're looking at £100 minimum. Just to point out actually that our graphicals do say silver pearls, not peacock. Well, I'm definitely going for peacock with this strand here. This strand, I can definitely see a lot of silvers in there, I'm going to be honest with you, but you can see that iridescence there. You can see the purples, you can see the blues and the greens coming through, you know? So I do think they're more of a peacock hue than your silver hue in that particular strand. Maybe this one, yeah, there's lots of silvers going on in that one there. So 2 strands. What size are these? Sorry, Danny. 8 by 6 to 10 by 7. And the smaller ones are 3 by 4 to 6 by 4 millimeters in size, and they are long strands. You know, our strands generally, you know, it kind of standard 30 to 40 centimeter strand. That will give you a full necklace in a design. You then have this gorgeous, gorgeous Swarovski. Look at this colour. Wow, that's almost like a sapphire blue that you've got here, I think, with these. Aren't they gorgeous? You've got your heart pendant there, which you could just simply use a jump ring and make a pinch bail and add that onto a chain if you wanted to, and there you go, voila, beautiful necklace. You can use that at the back of a neckline piece if you want to do in a bridal design. That would look stunning as well. And then you've got your bicones as well, which are really, really popular. You've got your 6mm and your 4mm bicones here, 48 of each. That's 96 in total in your bicone beads there. And when we launched Swarovski here at Jewellery Maker, I was on the fence, to be completely honest with you. Now, completely converted, because it adds so much to your jewellery pieces. And when you think Swarovski is a brand that many people know of, many people already trust, if you've got that level of respect, I think, already. People aren't going to be really asking any questions, you know. Swarovski, I think you're onto a winner with those. And you know, I'm stood here and I can see the fire coming off these crystals is ridiculous. They're fantastic.
They are actually incredible. I was very much like you. I've always been dyed in the wool. I want my genuine gemstones as they come out of the earth. Having worked with them on several kits now, they are an enhancement. If you feel that you don't want to put them with whatever else is in the kit, there will be somebody in your life who will appreciate these. If you put them onto wire for Christmas decorations, they'll be the most exquisite sparkle on your trees. You've got lots of different options.
You. February the 2nd, Christmas decorations. Oh,
you might as well plan.
Love her, love her. And you've got wire. Whole lot of wire as well. It's your silver plated brown wire you've got here. You've got your 1mm gauge, 10 metres of that, 10 metres of your 0.8 and 10 metres of your 0.4. So that's 30 metres of wire. Some fantastic gauges from your structural right through to your weaving wire there as well. That's a huge bundle. Do you know what else I thought about Swarovski when we launched it? We're never going to be able to be competitive on prices because we're outsourcing it. Thought, no way. Oh my gosh, I don't know how we've managed to do what we do. Even if you look on your high street, in your high street Swarovski stores, I'm just saying, I don't know how we do it. I don't know.
It definitely does add to the designs, I believe, saying that you're using elements of Swarovski, and that's generally how we refer to it. We have Swarovski elements within our jewellery designs. Because Swarovski as a brand has such a huge impact in the marketplace, people do appreciate that, and they're happy to see the brand's name there.
They are. These pieces are exquisite. Can we have another look at this piece, Maggie? I was just looking at it thinking, oh my gosh, I have to recreate that. You know when people used to buy horseshoes to put on the bride's wrist?
Yes.
I was just looking at that thinking, that's what I'm going to do for my friend for the wedding in April, make her one of those to go over her wrist. That's incredible. Jem, that's beautiful.
I had a lot of fun with that. I made it's called a cardioid, where you have a single line that traces and moves around inside another geometric shape. I hadn't seen one done as a heart before, so I thought I'd give it a go, and it actually works quite nicely. And if you wanted to, you could drop the Swarovski heart, which is in the tanzanite colour, I think, that's in the heart shape at the far end. You could drop that in the centre of the cardioid as well. So you've got all sorts of options and ways in which you can make it your own.
These pieces. Can I show you this headpiece as well? Because Jem, it's like a machine finish. Like every one of these leaf shapes that you've created around this, they're all consistent. How do you do that? that?
I'm a machine. No,
Jem is
I
an
love my
actual
work.
machine.
I love my work, and that's
Yeah.
where it comes from. And if you're wanting to learn how to do something similar to this, I've got a workshop coming up on February the 10th.
Yeah.
It's Friday of next week, I think.
Okay.
So come along and join me and have a look.
And look at that at the back.
This is kind of my 60s and 70s vintage headwear, because normally when we have a tiara,
Yeah.
we have the sort of crown effect coming up, but this one's a very downswept
Yeah.
version, something a little bit different, something a little bit woodland nymph.
Yeah, love that. Do you know, I love this design. So this is the first design that I noticed actually that was brought in. And again, the consistency in this is, and that's what I can't do quite yet. I'm quite particular and I'm quite neat, but
Yeah.
it's consistency that I struggle with at the moment. That piece is incredible. Look how perfect it is.
It's not a shy and retiring piece, that's for sure. It's
gorgeous.
definitely a bit of an attention grabber.
Yeah. Well, if it's your wedding day, you know.
If you have a very, very plain gown,
Yeah.
which cuts straight across the bust line, something like that would look absolutely exquisite.
Yeah.
And in the second kit that we've coming up from 4 o'clock, a bit later on, there's a piece that's designed to be worn with a very low back or a backless dress as well. So you've got lots of different options when you're making bridal jewellery to
Love it.
encompass different
Yeah.
dress ideas.
Yeah, fantastic. Do you know what? There's so much, and it goes such a long, long way as well. Do you know, if you came in and bought these pieces individually on the web today, £41.60 is all it would cost you. You've got 2 strands of exquisite pearls. You've got loads of Swarovski, and you've got white, and we're looking at just £41.60 already. It's going even lower. 0800 644 655. £29. I would be more than happy to give you double that just for this, for my friend.
Bless you.
I would. That's genuine pearls and Swarovski. You know, that's £3.74 per component.
Seriously?
Yikes! Wow, £3.74 per component. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we divide that by 6. That's £4 something per piece of jewellery. That's cost you.
Really?
Yeah, that's ridiculous, isn't it? You think you can make these for £5 cost each?
Even the earrings would be double that, and they're
Yeah.
possibly the simplest and quickest piece right there.
Yeah. Danny just said, please don't sell those for £5, Jem.
No.
He
I
will
won't.
come looking for you. I'm sure of it.
I'm scared.
Do you know, when you put it into, say that word for me,
Perspective?
That's the one. When you look at it like that, I can really struggle with that word sometimes. You just think, £5, like costume jewellery. You can't barely get anything for £5, can you? You know? And when you think that we're working with genuine gemstones here, but not just any genuine gemstones, we're talking genuine pearls and Swarovski. Now, I've been having a look lately at Swarovski prices online, you know. I don't know how we do it.
Bleh. That's a great way of explaining it, i.e. bleh.
That's a really great way of explaining.
That's what I
exactly.
thought.
That's what I think.
No, but sometimes you can't really think about how these things happen. All I can say is we must have built some great relationships along the way, forged some new ones recently, and there you go.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Check that out as soon as you can. How many did we start with, Danny? Whoa, just 3 figures. And how many have gone? Somebody's just put 4. Why would you not? Why would you not? When you can see the money-making potential in a kit like this, that's what you need to do, isn't it? You know? Jem, I'm going to let you start, lovely lady. What are you going to show us?
I just wanted to talk about the smaller strand of pearls. Yeah. They are a very unique shape. They've got almost a dome at the top and a flat at the bottom, but they're drilled through from top to bottom. And normally when you have more button shape, it's the other way. And it gives you lots of unique ways in which you can use them. They're absolutely beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And I can see why the collectors are coming in for these. Because you could pop them back to back and make an elongated potato even. So many different ways that you can work with them. So Danny's choice for the demo today.
Yes, please tell me it's this.
It's the cardioid heart, yes.
Yes! This means I can make it, I can recreate this piece. Brilliant. Yes.
Okay, so we would make the framework with the 1mm wire.
Okay.
And I've just got around about 10 inches to work with, which is probably a little bit more than we need, but I always tend to work with a little bit more just in case things go slightly awry. First thing that you would need to do is to create that heart form. So I've got my trusty wooden ring mandrel.
Okay.
Now, it does have my name written on the end, and this is not because I'm being a diva, it's because I will leave stuff places. Look, that's written so badly as well. It's like really sketchy handwriting, I'm sorry about that. If you happen to catch that, I'm not a diva, it's just that I leave stuff everywhere, as you can probably see from the state of the desk. So, halfway along our 10-inch length of 1mm wire, we want to create the bottom of our shape.
Okay.
So just going to pop an angle in, very, very simply, like this. And then I'm just going to put a tiny bit of warmth into the wire. And you can see, as I'm doing that, it's already starting to curve anyway. And that's because I'm applying more pressure with my thumb on the inner dimension than I am on the outer dimension.
Okay.
And it just starts to curve anyway. So using my very, very old, slightly tattered mandrel, I will use that direction just to create one of the lobes of the heart. Flip it over, and exactly the same on the other side. Now, if you make one side slightly smaller,
Yeah.
you don't need to worry about that. You can just roll that out until you have symmetry.
Okay.
With the cardioid design, you're looking to utilise that symmetry. With the other design at the far end, it's asymmetric.
Right.
So it hangs on the slant, and that's partly because it's an asymmetric design.
Okay, yeah.
So with this one, you'd be looking to get them fairly equal if you possibly can. So to create a solid form to work with, we need to just tie these two bits together.
Okay.
Simplicity is the key. So all I'm going to do is, I'm just going to open that out for a second so you can see exactly what it is I'm doing. And I'm going to generate a little tiny loop where I want the two sections to meet. Got my loop in there, and I'm going to trim the excess with my flush cutters against the line. Just show you, so the flush cut means that this will sit super neat together. The way to just finish this form off, and this works in so many pendants, is to put a right angle up in the symmetrical position and pass that through the loop. So you have instantly made a sealed situation.
Okay.
Now, I didn't have quite enough wire. I've made my heart slightly larger than I ought to. But you can obviously create a loop here and add a bail if you so desire. I'm not going to worry overly about that right now. You would just need to make a slightly smaller heart.
Okay.
The next thing that we need to do is take some of the 0.8mm gauge wire and create some loops which go all the way around the edge of the design. So if I pop that over to one side for now, you need probably 40 to 50 inches or so, so quite a lot of wire.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to work with a tiny bit so that I don't pin you in the face,
Thank
obviously.
you very
Yes.
much.
Halfway along my design, I need a slightly larger aperture, which is going to sit in here at the bottom of the tip. You don't have to do that, it just helps me to count up so that I have an even number of loops all the way round. So I pop that one out of the way, pop this one out of the way, and show you how to do the loopy loops. We're halfway along our wire, it's quite long, and again this is the 0.8mm. So to create that first loop, I'm going to chase all the way around one of the tines. Don't even know if that's what they're called. Plier bits. And then, to generate that slightly larger size, I'm just pushing the wire and you can see how that opens out. So I then continue along either direction. In the piece that I'm going to demonstrate with, which was around about 10 inches of wire on the framework, I used 13 loops. On either side, that is.
Okay.
So to pop the loop in, I'm just going to put the wire around the plier and then draw the tail up and across. And what we're looking for is a straight line along this dimension. So pop those out, flip it around, go in for a second loop, and you can see that I'm bringing the loop to the already formed loop.
Okay.
Now, my loop has come around and over the top. That means I want my tail to come around and over the top. So you can see that the loops, once they're in position, we're looking for that straight line along here.
Yeah.
So if I pop that to one side and show you what it will look like when you have done the whole of the looping.
Right.
We've got a little tail on either end, and this is the 0.8mm again. So we've got a larger loop at the bottom, and then we've got all of those loops going around the outside. Now, the frame I've made is too big because I made it in a bit of a hurry. So what you would continue to do as you're looping is you would keep offering it up to the frame to ensure that it fits.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to shrink this. Okay. I'm just going to cut that centre piece out and make it smaller, otherwise the demonstration is going to look a bit tricky. So give me 2 moments to just bring that back to normal.
I'm going to let you do that, Jen.
Thank you so much.
Take the pressure off. And I'll bring you some 925 sterling silver toggle clasp. Approximately 100 of these in stock. I do think that, you know, if you can, especially with pearls, you know, gemstones like pearls and tanzanite, you do want to keep it high end. And if it's a bridal commission, let's face it, if it's a bridal piece, you're not going to want any less than 925 if you can help it, are you? So they would be fantastic. Toggle clasp, as bonkers as it may sound, is my favourite fastening. And the reason being is because it's so secure, but it's so beautiful as well. You've got a really, really high-end look, and I think the toggle clasp, you know, sometimes, for example, I've got a necklace on now, which you've probably seen, one of our Jewellery Maker necklaces with a little heart on that my son bought me for Christmas. Every now and then, and I know it's like it now because I can feel it, the extended chain, it's come round to the front with the bolt ring clasp. Well, when that's at the front, it's not the prettiest, is it? So we always tend to kind of right them and put it back to the back. But if a toggle clasp happens to come round to the front, it looks amazing. It's a feature in a design, a toggle clasp as well. So this is also why it's my favourite. If you've got huge pearls like this, they're coming up for you at $3.45. This clasp would be perfect because when you have weight to a design, once that toggle clasp is fastened, trust me, that is going nowhere. It will not move a muscle with weight. So particularly for weighty pieces, it is a great, great clasp to have. Again, on the other hand, you could have 6 individual components here as opposed to 3. So you could take the round of the toggle if you wanted to, pop a jump ring on there, pop that onto a 925 sterling silver chain, and wrap a pearl into the centre and have that as a pendant. And then with your T-bar, you could use that for the gents' cufflinks as well. So it's or classic T-bar necklace. You know, that could be 3 components, or it could well be 6. £11.95 for 3 pieces that are solid 925 sterling silver. 0800 644 655 or on Tinterweb at JewelleryMaker.com. ZTRF12 is your code for those. Get checking out. Every single piece is stamped for you as well. Every single one. And it's not just one component from the one, if that makes sense. It's every individual piece that is 925 stamped for you. Well done if you've managed to get those. Right, I'll quickly squeeze in the shepherd's hooks as well. 20 pieces, so that is 10 pairs in total. Again, if you're coming in for the pearls later on, want to make a classic pair of pearl earrings, 925, as I am always saying, with earring findings, if you can, do it, because a lot of people do suffer with allergies to certain alloys. Myself, for example, I can't wear anything that is not rhodium plated or a precious metal. So and I always think particularly with earrings, you know, that's a sensitive part where you're wearing the jewellery, isn't it? It is. So if you can, you're covered, aren't you? 925 sterling silver. And you've got 20 pieces, which is 10 pairs, sorry, in total there. Shepherd's hook, classic. You can't go wrong with the shepherd's hook. Doesn't matter what size gemstone, it doesn't matter what shape, what colour the gemstone. These are so versatile, they'll work with absolutely everything. 17mm in size, £9.95. That's £1 a pair. Gold plated as well. Gold plated 925 bridal. You've got to have your gold, haven't you?
Oh yeah, it's lovely. Absolutely
Definitely.
lovely.
I mean, my preference is silver, but gems might be gold. The next bride that comes over to your crystal, hers might be gold. The next bride might be rose gold. So have all of those different colours if you can. Joanne in Shropshire says, is gem real or a machine? Those pieces are to die for. Demo! And Leanne says, oh, Jem, what a wonderful kit and those designs amazing. See you next week on your workshop.
See you then, honey bun.
When's your workshop?
Friday the 10th of February. It's Friday.
Why are all these workshops on my days here? I want to go on these workshops.
I'll pop in and say hello.
I will. Sarah Melanie in Worcestershire says, hi everyone, lovely to see Jem. I love her designs and always get inspired when she is on. That's
Thanks,
the
loves.
idea. That's brilliant.
I just want to give you a great big hug.
Aww. Kit's still available, by the way. JewelleryMaker.com. If you've still got it in your basket, you need to check it out. Right, Jem, I'm going to let you carry on, love.
Okie dokie. All I did was just recreated that heart slightly smaller than I first of all
Look at
did.
that. See, look at that. She is a machine. In fact, she went off. While I was bringing those pictures, she went off and used the machine at the back of the set to get that symmetry. Just a minute.
So all I would say is while you're making the looping, just keep offering it up to the chosen frame so that you have enough. I'm slightly short on this piece, but we're going to run with it because it should still work. Okay. So I'm just going to use a short piece of 0.4 millimeter to show you how to attach these two pieces together, which is the next step.
Okay.
Now I tend to start down at the bottom just so that I can get tension where I need symmetry. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So work with as much as length as you can bear, but at least probably 16 to 20 inches of the 0.4 millimeter at this stage. So all we're really doing is I've passed the length of wire underneath both items, and I'm going to draw that round the outside, push it down the middle, but move on to the next notch. So if we imagine that we've got our loops and between each of those is an aperture, I'm coming up around the outside and across the top, through the middle, and I'm coming across at a diagonal, so my wire is diagonal here and it's diagonal underneath. Pull that up, push down into... Now that by itself is quite a nice piece of jewellery. You could add a single dangle, one of those huge pearls that are coming on later on at 3:30.
Yeah.
And that could just sit on a single jump ring in the middle and it would look really pretty. So by itself, if you want to stop there, it's a piece of jewellery that's finished.
Okay.
So here's one that I created earlier, which was actually enough loopiness. So yay me. And I'm just going to show you how to finish off wrapping the very end section. I've done one side, so I'm coming up around the outside, between the loops, down through the centre, up, around, and then on the very last time I'm going to wrap round about 6 times probably. Now normally I would say 4 times because we're using the 0.4 mil gauge, but you're holding quite a lot of bits and pieces together, so a little bit more maybe. So we're going to go 6 times, and on the back of the design we're going to trim the residue of the wire, and we're going to take time now to ensure that that sits nice and flat, so that that's not going to come against the skin or clothing and come undone. Now I've just put a tiny little swirl on here, and what I'm doing is I'm covering up that little bit of wrapping that I've done. So it's starting to look like a piece of jewellery now and not like a bit that I went wrong on. And there we go. Going in with the flat surfaces of the pliers, now I've got that loop started, just to create a little swirl, which I'm going to bring that nice and tight and use to cover up the wrapping. Now you don't have to do that. You could even use that to drop something else down. What I would suggest is you leave both of the tails free until you're ready to finish off, and when you are ready to finish off, cut them the same length, and then you will get 2 symmetrical pieces, unlike this one, slightly smaller on this side. We'll say I did that on purpose. The next thing that we would do is take the 0.4 millimeter gauge wire, and we would thread on, I think I did 3 pearls to 1 Swarovski.
Yeah, you did.
But I'm just going to show you with 2 of the Swarovskis. What you'd need to do is count the loops that you've ended up with. Before you start threading onto your spool of uncut 0.4 millimeter gauge, decide your pattern. So if we went Swarovski, pearl, 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 Swarovski, pearl, 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 etc., you'd want to have symmetry. So you can sit there, if you want to lay it out, if you're more visual, do so, or you can just plan that with your numbers as you prefer. So I'm just going to pop on 2 of the Swarovski because it means I'll be able to take them off and put them back in the bag afterwards. Watching me threading beads anything smaller than 6 millimeter is like just the worst telly ever, so I'm just going to do 2. Once you're in position, We're going to hide behind the lovely swirl that we made earlier and wrap a couple of times. And this is the end of the 0.4mm gauge, which is on the spool. And we've threaded our entire design's worth in the order that we want them to appear.
Right.
So we're going to pop the first gemstone, or Swarovski crystal, sorry, into position. And I'm just going to pull that so that the wire, we're sitting over the top of the loops right now. I'm going to pull that so that it goes between the loops, come back round to where I started from, push the bead into position, come over the top. What we're doing is we're not passing inside the design, we're not overcomplicating our lives, but when we pull that back through and come over the top, we're securing that bead into position. So we're dropping down into the aperture, pulling between the two loops, the wire comes down underneath that loop, back up between the first and second, push the Swarovski into position. You might need to do that with a little bit less keggy-handed than I'm doing it right now, because I'm obviously trying to not get in your way, and then draw the wire underneath. And when you draw the wire underneath, you're securing the position of the bead into the loop. That's basically it.
Fantastic.
Did I do? Yep, that's okay. So I just need to now snip that off and show you how to do the cardioid effect.
Okay, I'll squeeze in this chain. Can I just ask about this? Is that a maths reference? What is this?
I'd forgotten that was on there. Yeah, that's a maths reference.
I got a D. That's still a GCSE, I'll have you know, a D, isn't it?
No, I took the extended paper.
Ah, right.
And it was a fail. They obviously thought I was really clever, but I wasn't.
I got a D.
I did, I got a D.
Oh, bless you. Have a look at this box chain. This is fabulous. This is layered up look. Oh, with 5 metres, you could layer that up till the cows come home, I tell you. Just looks fabulous. Look at that. Look at that. How high-end? High-end?
High-end.
High-end.
You know, lots of people enjoy their body chains and body jewellery and belts and things. I'm thinking you can make a really lovely piece of bump jewellery with this.
Oh, a bump embellishment.
A bump embellishment.
There's a market, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely.
Why not, eh? Embellish the bump. I think I'd need more than 5 metres, goodness me.
Oh no, that actually looks really lovely, especially against the tone of your dress. It's a beautiful combination. The soft gold and the blue together is lovely.
Okay, Jem. Look at that. Some people have actually texted in to say they don't believe I'm actually having a baby because I don't look pregnant when I sit down, but there is definitely a bump there.
Can I just guarantee that there is?
Yeah. 5 metres of rose gold chain, and the box chain as well. You've got really secure links there as well. It's so well made, this chain. You've got incredible strength. It is really sturdy. What I like about this one as well is you can knit it. Goodness me. You can stitch it together if you want to with a finer gauge of wire. That could be a great strap for a handbag or a clutch bag, couldn't it?
That would be absolutely fabulous, and the 0.4 I know will go through that.
I've
seen it in use.
Easily, wouldn't it? I'd imagine a thicker gauge would go through there actually, because they are really sizable links that you've got. And 3 millimetres in size. 5 metres, that's a lot of chain. You could just sell it by the inch if you wanted to on your craft stall. And I always say about 25 pence an inch. What would that work out to? 39 times 5 is... $495. 195 times 25. So that's £40. £40 money making potential in that for me, I think, at 25 pence an inch. £48. £48. Winner! I tell you, that's fantastic. But, oh, that's not the price. So I'm making even more money now. I was making £48. Now I'm making even more. Yes. £7.95. It's up to you how you want to sell this. You know, you could make ready-made necklaces and bracelets with this. You could add it to shoes. You could add it to handbags. It would look fabulous. And it is almost that champagne, that kind of champagne rose gold.
It's a lovely
really
soft tone,
isn't it?
Really beautiful. I was just thinking, if you had an inch and a half and a 2-inch length on either side as earrings,
yeah,
that really is not going to take up very much. But because it's quite large but quite light,
Yeah.
it's going to look really effective,
That
and it's
would
not
look
going to make you walk around like.
Yeah, because you know, they're sizable links. You've got so much luster there. So you know, different lengths of drops in earrings. Oh yes, damn hawks, I love it. QJ PO54, £7.95. That works out to just. I'm so sorry. Really testing everybody today. We've already openly admitted we're the worst team here at JM for maths. How much? 159. 159 per metre for you there. Danny got a C. I don't know what I got. I don't remember. It was many moons ago. I have no idea. 0800. Is that what that means? Is that a U?
Or unbelievable, as the case might be.
Or an F for shocking. 0800 644 655. Well done if you managed to check that out. I think that's what I got. Right.
Okay, the reason that I keep my spools of 0.4 in a bag, and
It says I got a D.
that I've just turned over so that nobody can remember that. Maybe I can get away with that.
Hopefully we'll forget for next.
It's actually on my CV as a D, it's fine, it's not like it's a big secret. Your finer gauges of wire, the 0.4 and the 0.25, are quite likely to unspool themselves, and they'll sort of go zzz, and then you can end up with a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
So you can either use the plastic bearers that come on the finer gauges of wires to control it. And what you would need to do is unspool a length of the wire and then pop this on to keep it tidy. I prefer to pop them in a bag because it means that one-handed I can just go like this. Make sure your zip seal is done up.
Yeah.
And you've got all the wire that you could possibly need.
Quite handy.
One-handed, so it's quite handy to sort of have that on the go. Right, I'm just going to wrap that out of the way a second. We will have added all of our gemstones in whatever order we fancy. You could go all pearls, it's entirely up to you. You could reserve a single Swarovski at the bottom. You could even have a drop coming off the bottom. You could put the other Swarovski down there as well. It would look really, really pretty.
Yeah.
But to make our cardioid heart work, I'm just going to look at the angle I used on here. Okay, so I'm starting up in between 1 and 2 of the loops, and I'm coming down very, very gently to round about 3:15.
Ah. Is this a bit like that?
It is
Lacrama
exactly.
technique?
Oh. Do you know, Danny said something-
Spirograph.
Yeah, there was something said in my
Yeah.
ear, and that's what I was agreeing
Well, the
to.
thing is, that's the thing. When Nadia was here and she did a similar technique in some earrings, I was like, that really reminds me of the spirographs that we used to have. And then I looked at that and I was going to say spirograph, but I thought I'd be more professional and say the macrame technique instead, which I don't know the name of it.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But
it's
I
like
know that we
spirograph,
had some
isn't it?
quite tribal earring components
Yeah.
which have a similar effect to them.
Yeah.
Nadia's micro is amazing.
Yeah, it was very
Absolutely amazing.
similar to this but it's that kind of technique. It's fantastic, isn't it? Like
It
a
is.
spirograph.
And if you have a stash of 0.25 as well,
Yeah.
it looks amazing with the
I bet.
0.25 because it's
Yeah.
very, very fine and spiderwebby. So we're going to start between loop 1 and loop 2 on one of the shoulders of the heart. And what you would do is need to wrap around at least 4 times. This is less structural, but you do want it to be tight. So at least 4 times, and then hide that away at the back somewhere. So we're coming down, and as so happens, I've gone around the outside. It doesn't matter if you come up and over the front. This again is a technique where we don't go inside the outer shape. This is all taking place outside.
Right.
So we tied this knot right at the very beginning to give ourselves a nice firm shape. You could even hammer the 1mm if you wanted a
Yeah.
slightly different effect. It also means that things stay together when you wire them together when they've been hammered. A bit more residual strength. So I'm just going to draw my 0.4mm gauge, still on the spool, down to around about just past 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Now, you do want to have tension on the wire. You may end up with a blister like I have. You could put plasters on. That would be smart. So I've come down to 3:15, come up between those 2 loops.
Yeah.
Now you can see that's a reasonably straight line, and that is what we're looking to achieve for the cardioid effect to work. So I'm going to now pull my wire back up. I've gone 1 to the right, and you can hear that snicked down between the 2 loops. Again with tension, 1 to the left on the lower level.
Okay.
Whoops. So you don't want to put a bend in the wire until you're between those two loops. If I pull that firm and give it a squeeze and then back up, one to the right, sorry, get my hand out of the way, pull that into position, and then down the back, one to the left. And there we go. And you would just continue around. If it helps you to do so, you can support your straight line of wire as it goes through the loop and then give it a bit of a pull. And then up, one to the right, one to the left at the bottom. You can, if you want to make your life that bit easier, twist the design. And then you come round. You will always be able to see where you're supposed to be going next. So I can do the whole thing if you like. Might not be the best TV in the world. Over to the next aperture, which is here, down through there, up to the next one, through there, pull it nice and tight.
That looks so therapeutic.
It really is quite therapeutic. Now you can obviously do this in fabric as well as wire, but I particularly like the shine with the silver plated wire. It just looks so beautiful.
I like it with the wire.
Now you can experiment with different shapes as well. I've not seen it done in a heart before. I've seen it done on an oval and a teardrop, and I've taught that myself, but it's the first time with a heart. So if I just pull that into position, draw that over, and you would just continue until you finish. But you can see the cardioid effect builds up really quickly. And as you've said, it is quite therapeutic. I could have done with a bit more tension on this one. But you can kind of get away with it a little bit if you want to. Sorry, that sprung away from me then.
Absolutely fantastic. I love that design. It's beautiful. Thank you so much for showing us that,
Thank you very much.
Next kit and masterclass is coming up for you at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll be back with Jem at 4 o'clock, which is only an hour and 20 minutes away. I'll just go back, Maggie, and get the pearls. There they are. Should have walked backwards. This is probably why I fell over earlier on. Probably walking backwards or something. They're coming up for you at 3:45, so just about an hour's time now. Not too long at all. One to own then is coming up for you today at 3:30 to be precise. 2 chains, not 1, but 2. Ooh, let's just sort that out. There we go. Rose gold and sterling silver for you. So 2 chains, 1 fantastic price tag. Literally about 50 minutes away. So not too long to wait for those at all. Right, amethyst bezel connectors. These are lush. Have a look at these. Look at the colour. Oh, wow. 10 pieces in total you've got here. Really, look at those. Yikes. Wow, look at that for colour. They are so deep in that colour. 10 pieces in total you are going to get. 925 sterling silver, 22 carats in total. So that's an average of 2.2 carats per connector. Now these I love, Jem, because I am, you know, I like those pieces where you can spend time on them and put lots of work into them. But I'm also somebody that likes quick turnaround. You know, and I'm just thinking, with all of our connectors that we have on components like this, the charms, the pendant, it's just a case of having a stash of 925 sterling silver chain and literally connecting them, isn't it?
Definitely. You can either use a short length of wire or a head pin, bring those pieces together, or if you've got a larger aperture chain, very simply a jump ring.
Yeah.
And that's it, it's done.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you're brand new to jewellery, just take a look on our website for the tutorial on how to open and close a jump ring.
Yeah.
You go sideways, you don't open outwards, and that's it, you're a jewellery maker.
And I just think, Jem, you know, and I always say this is what's great as well, is if you know, somebody that's been making jewellery for 10 years makes it, somebody that's been making jewellery for 10 minutes makes the same piece, you'll never be able to tell who's made which piece. You know, it's that kind of jewellery making. Really, really simple. Give it a go. They're just $149 each. 2.2 carats per component, and you're going to get all 10. UWUD87 is your code for those. Well done if you've managed to get those. Did I just hear you say record low? I didn't hear you say what for, but which ones? Sterling silver love charms with Love Day. Just around the corner. These. Oh, look at these. Do you know what I think would be really, really nice? Now, I know a lot of you will do flowers anyway. I still expect flowers. Even though they are quite pricey. I was saying the other day that they're really, you know, you want a bunch of roses on Valentine's Day, you're looking at probably £20 more just because it's Valentine's Day. But you know, sometimes they have some really nice ribbon around the bottom, don't they? How about just popping one of these charms on there as well? You know, popping one of your little love charms on there, and then you can maybe buy a 925 sterling silver chain, and then just say, you know, you can pop it on the chain, you can wear it forever. Because I love you. Then you've got your little heart there as well, which actually you could pop some resin in there, couldn't you? You could make the most of that, put some red resin in there, have your little red love heart perhaps with that. That would look fantastic. They're 95 solid sterling silver, and again, you are going to get 10 pieces, but there could be charms on a bracelet. You could use these on bag charms, mobile phone charms, absolutely anything, like earrings, again, on a pendant if you wanted to.
You know, there are certain, you can get a little plug that seals up the, I don't know if it's the microphone or one of the speaker slots in a mobile phone. You don't see them as much now, but something like that's going to be an ideal add-on because it's not heavy, but it's precious and special.
Yeah, exactly. 925 sterling silver. Record low coming your way. If you do have any craft fairs coming up, I was going to say around Easter time then, around Valentine's Day, you're going to have these in time, and you will get 10 individual pieces. I've got all 10 of them here for you. 3.4 grams of 925 sterling silver in total. Love, 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 love. VH RF 48 record low coming your way, 6x12 millimeters in size. 0800 644 655. Never ever been that low before. What a fantastic, fantastic price tag. Did she give you the look again?
Do you know what? When I first started my business in 2010, it was primarily to compete with charm companies and to provide a more affordable alternative using plated metals.
Right.
And I remember getting something very similar, had the word love, it was split over 2 levels in plated metal for £5, and there were 10 of them.
Yeah.
So for an extra £2.95 there, this is solid sterling silver.
Yeah.
And it's not just a charm, it can be everything that you want it to be.
Of course.
So sorry for pulling the face. It was
all I heard was Danny
unconscious.
say she's just given me the face. That'll be why. VHRF 48, keep coming through for these on the telephone lines or on the web, 0800 644 655. You've got, again, a charm that can be for absolutely anything and every occasion, can't it? You know, it doesn't need to necessarily be a birthday or an anniversary or love day. It can be just because I love you. It is only 12 days away. And then we've got Easter. Easter's always a good one. All that chocolate. I tell you, every year without fail, Jen, every year without fail, I'll go and get my Easter eggs. So I'll like write my list, you know, nieces, nephews, my son, obviously got to get everything for his Easter egg. And get it all, you know, stock up. Gone before Easter. Easter egg chocolate is just so much nicer. I don't know what it is. Do you not agree? It's like, you know, like your cans and your bottle. So we were saying this morning that out of a can, you know, your fizzy drinks are nicer. There's something more satisfying about having that fizzy drink out of a can than a bottle. Easter egg chocolate. Oh my gosh, it's like, it's the best.
But if your loved one or somebody that you love, because it's not just romantic love at Valentine's, it's familial love, the love of friendship.
Yeah.
I'm a diabetic, so if you buy me chocolate, I can't eat it.
You can buy diabetic chocolate.
You could, but it's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Sorry if you're a maker of diabetic chocolate. I'm also vegan, which makes it really difficult. So if somebody was to buy me
I'll just buy you a love
little
charm.
silver charm that said love, I'd be absolutely made up.
Yeah.
And it's not just people with special dietary requirements. It's, you know, there's lots of reasons that people would particularly appreciate something like that.
Yeah. Who needs a reason?
Everybody's just shouted at me for being really weird and fussy.
Yes, not only am I diabetic, I'm vegan. Not only am I vegan, I'm gluten intolerant as well. And
oh, it's all good fun.
Love. You must have to read every label inside out. Goodness me. 5 individual 925 sterling silver charms, bracelets. Perfect for charms though. See the links on these? Do you know what? I think your standard head pins would go through there. They would, wouldn't they? Yeah. Jem says, would you like one? Yes. We'll just try it. We'll see. If not, your featherweight will definitely go through there, no problem at all. So if you wanted to make a bubble style bracelet or attach any of those charms, you would have no problem at all. In fact, out of all the 925 sterling silver bracelets that we've had, I would say these are the most substantial, you know. They are really. So I've got a standard head pin. This is a fancy one as well.
Which tend to be just marginally thicker. I was trying to find a featherweight, but I can't see one, sorry.
Okay, yeah, I can see that one is marginally thicker. I've got an eye pin here. I'm going to try that one because that's the normal size of our head pins. Thanks, Rai. Do you know what? That's going to be a bit of a snug fit, a standard head pin. I'd go for the featherweight.
It's got a featherweight in a different
featherweight,
colour.
no problem at all. So you could just attach a charm on there, no problem. 17 centimetres, which is approximately 6 3/4 inches in length. You've got your extender chain on there as well. Oh, featherweights, straight in. No problemo at all. So yeah, your featherweights, standard, not with this one. Just your lobster claw fastening alone on these bracelets, when you have a look at how substantial that is, you know, you think of what you could pay elsewhere. We've seen prices ranging from £5 to £8 just for a lobster claw fastening elsewhere. You've got 5 bracelets here, ready-made, good to go. So as I was saying in the previous auction, you know, I'm all for the quick turnaround me. You attach your charms from earlier on to one of these. So you just take one of these. Oh, that would look lush. And then your component from earlier on. Do you remember that double charm auction we had at 1:30?
Oh, that was lovely.
See, look at that. Dream team right there. There's still some of these left, unbelievably, only just. Graphical's coming in at the bottom of your screen. If you do want to get that one, you can dial in now. 0800 644 655. And if you want the chain, £24.95 for 5 of these. 5 of them. That's £5 each. And look at the silver weight on these as well. That's kind of a record grammage, I think, for bracelets for me. 0800 644 655. Webbers, get checking out as soon as you can. Do you know what? Even if I was selling those on, as they are, you'd have to be looking at a minimum of £15 each with that gram weight.
I would think so. Do you know, I was...
Oh. You stopped Gem in her tracks then, didn't you? How about we take that price tag? Gemma has an earpiece in today. She does. She can hear everything that's going on. She can hear Danny's mind ticking. £19.95. That's now £3.99 a bracelet.
That's crazy. No, what I was going to say is it's quite traditional to present a gift to your bridesmaids or your groomsmen or whatever selection of people you have on your wedding day. And I'm thinking that one of those with one of the charms, you could even have a different charm for each of the people involved.
That's a nice idea.
A very affordable way to treat somebody to a forever piece of jewellery.
I like that, the idea of bridesmaid gifts, because you do traditionally, you know, the bridesmaids you buy gifts for, the flower girls, the page boys, mother of the bride, mother of the bridegroom, anyone else. Do witnesses get them? Because I'm a witness. I don't think witnesses get them, do they? 0800 644 655 EA VV40 is your code for this one. See, it doesn't have to cost the earth, does it? You know,
it really doesn't. But
I think generally when we think weddings, people think, oh, don't they? Or you just run away into the sunset and don't invite anyone, and it's much cheaper, I tell you. But no, if you are having kind of, you know, the big day, you know, if you've got to buy all these presents on top of everything else, I mean, apparently the average budget here in the UK is 25 grand. That's some travelling.
I got married in 2002 and the average budget then was 18,000. My wedding cost £995.
Amazing. And it's, you know, I don't know, everyone's different, aren't they? You know, sometimes it's, you know, it's nice to have. I mean, of course, for me, I was still like, well, no, you know, even though no one's coming, I still go have the dress. Yeah.
Yeah, I did have a dress.
Still having the dress, love, you know? And then the only way I got around justifying that price tag was by wearing it twice because we had a party. We'll have a party and I wear it twice. Is that okay?
Yeah. Exactly the same.
So it's got to be done, hasn't it? Filigree hearts. Oh, these would be perfect. Do you know what? These would be perfect just for decorating. Just for decorating your craft stall, or if you're making Valentine's cards.
Oh yes, we had our card maker earlier. They'd be a lovely
yeah,
addition.
wouldn't they? Because you could just snip those off and use those filigree hearts. You know, have a little cluster of them hanging on the cards, couldn't you?
It's gorgeous.
So, you know, not just necessarily your jewellery making, but for a lot of crafters out there, actually, these would be perfect for. I love these filigree designs. I think they're beautiful. I mean, they're a real boho chic design because you've got so much movement in there. I mean, effectively, you have got in a kind of charm bracelet, if you like, or necklace. There's approximately 460 filigree hearts. That's more than enough to be going on with, especially if you're doing something like card making, you know, or attaching them to anything. You could just simply drape this. I did that with one of mine because I've got 4 of these. I've got every single one. The leaves and the hearts in the antique bronze and the silver. I draped my leaves, my silver leaves, around my candelabra on Christmas Day.
How beautiful.
So I haven't done anything to it still, but just took the metre-long length and draped it across the candelabra, which looked really, really pretty. So you can do things like that, you know, if you're doing it, having a romantic meal in. You're not going out maybe Valentine's Day, but doing the good old meal deals. That's what I'll be doing.
Around the top of a lampshade as well. It's going to catch the light and just sort of jiggle slightly in the wind as people move around the room.
Yeah,
but just also, really if you've got really quite a plain dress, a short length of that just over the neckline is going to make a huge impression.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Look fantastic. Bags, shoes, again, it's entirely up to you. I tell you what looks nice with these as well. If you just cut inch-long drops, add a shepherd's hook. Fantastic earring, £11.95. I'm pretty sure I paid £17.95 for all 4 of mine. But do you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm more than happy with that. But now you're down to £11.95. 0800 644 655 or on Tinterweb at jewellerymaker.com. PXPO18 is your code for these. Get checking out as soon as you can. That, my Jewellery Maker friends and family, is a fantastic price tag. Right, coming up for you in the next hour, I've got your one to own, not one, but 2. 2925 chains, one of which is rose gold plated. Stunning. They're coming up for you at 3:30. And I also have, you know those huge pearls? They're massive. Look at these. Huge. These are coming up for you at 3:45. Ultimate in bridal. They are stunning. Don't go anywhere. We've started the weekend early here at Jewellery Maker. I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time with some more crazy deals.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
You have to tune in this Saturday for our wedding weekend on Jewellery Maker because this is your deal of the day on Saturday. Are you ready, Scott?
Yes.
Not just one.
One strand.
Not just 2 strands.
2.
Not just 3.
3.
Or 4.
4.
But 5 strands of genuine freshwater cultured pearls. 5 metres of genuine freshwater cultured pearls. How incredible is that? And there's loads of stunning silver items to go with this as well. Now, you've got to tune in. It's going to be amazing. They're beautiful pearls, aren't they?
They are. They're the best pearls I've seen in ages.
Fantastic. Now, Scott Stone, find them on Facebook, price point wise.
Under £200.
No. Do you know what? I reckon, could you do better than that?
Under £150?
Oh! It's going to be fantastic. Tune in this weekend, all weekend on Jewellery Maker. It's your deal of the day on Saturday at 11 a.m.
Did you know that Jewellery Maker's phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, we've got some fantastic deals coming up for you for the rest of the day today. If you've just tuned in, in fact, you've missed out on some great deals already, but they may still be available. So if you can, pop yourself along to the website at www.jewellerymaker.com and please feel free to do so and open up your order for today because it's gonna be crazy. It's our, I was gonna say vintage wedding fair. No, spring wedding fair. Oh, I tell you what, we're so close to spring now. It is literally about to spring, isn't it? We're so close, Mags. Like end of March, clocks go forward.
When's Pancake Day?
Pancake Day is the 16th of February.
I bought myself a new pan.
Yeah. Maggie's bought herself, and I'm sure it's the 16th. Maggie's bought herself a new pan.
I'm all ready.
No, it can't be the 16th because Valentine's Day is on a Tuesday and that's 14th. 28th. Brilliant. I was only a phone.
Yep. Absolutely, just intersperse the gemstones.
Yeah. Oh,
Ever so easy, beginner's project.
do you know what? I'm going to do it.
Do
Can
it.
you write the code down, Danny, please?
Can you write it down for me as well, please?
Times, there's only 24. Or, if you didn't want to do that, just taking one, popping a little bit of thread through there. So I might take some of my black Eslon and just have that as, you know, a really simple bracelet design. Stacking and macking, very much on trend at the moment. Yeah, everyday wear. That's what I'm talking about. Or you could use these to channel set as well. So if you wanted to put two of those alongside each other and then wrap some gemstones. I mean, it could be some rubies you just want to delicately wrap in between there.
Do you know what? I think they'd be an absolutely beautiful addition to the first kit with the Tanzanite blue Swarovskis on a piece of memory wire.
Wow.
You could alternate between the larger of the Swarovskis and then the smaller ones with those in between. That would just look so elegant.
It would, wouldn't it? Really fantastic. In fact, there isn't anything you couldn't use with these, to be quite honest. Sarah in Suffolk says, we all know Jem does an ace robot, so I reckon. She's a mechanical... Oh, what does that say?
Machine.
Oh, a machine. Beautiful work, as always. Can't wait. What's this robot? I've not seen this robot.
I'm not doing it ever again. It exists somewhere on a website somewhere. I'm sure that there's a clip of it hanging around and it's never going to happen again.
What did she do?
I did nothing.
Like the dance? Is that what you did?
It was something like that, but it's not happening. I'll do something else later instead, okay?
More texts, please. How many texts do we need to actually get you to do this?
Oh, 25.
25
Yeah.
texts.
Yeah, 25 texts and I'll dance.
Right, 25 texts to see the robot. This, Gem, you do realise that 25 texts is nothing. We get that in like a minute. Brilliant. I love this. 60777. Start message with the word JM Studio and just write the word robot after. Brilliant. 7.95 for those. Yeah.
A leatherback's a turtle, surely.
One text. Maria, Lanarkshire, robot. Get your
Thanks,
tally
Maria.
chart on the go, Danny. Susan in Hampshire, robot.
Okay.
Sue, robot. That's 3 already. Brilliant. This is going well. Deb, robot. Oh, we count that as 3. That's 3 there. Come on, Jen. Yes, we're up to 6. Dawn in Cheshire, robot. 7. Brilliant. Emily in West Midlands, ×2. Robot. 8, 9. Excellent. This is going really, really well. So we've got nearly half of them already, Jen. You just kick back and relax. Get yourself some energy. You're about to robot. Your lever backs. Now, the reason we only have, how many do we have? Did you say 25? Did you say we've only got 25 left? Yeah, the reason we've only got 25 left is because they are incredibly, incredibly popular. This particular earring finding is all about the security with these. If we are using high-end gemstones like your tanzanite, like your pearls, London blue topaz that we've got coming up, you don't want to lose those earrings, you know, and I'm going to be honest with you, more often than not, quite often, I've done it with the, you know, the classic stud with the post on the butterfly backing. Yeah, I've lost those. Quite a few times, in fact. Your lever backs, they're not going anywhere, are they? They are so secure. You've got that arch on the back, that lever back, that is so, so secure. And you'll be amazed that when you get these home, I just want you to open and close them, at how much you kind of have to pull that away, that silver, that lever back there, because that security is incredible. Only for 2 pairs, £5.95 for you. No, £4.95. Very high-end, solid 925 sterling silver, and you will get 2 pairs there as well of your lever backs. Whoopsie. QP ZH44. We were on 9 robots. Helen in Torfain says robot, please. Lynn in Ayrshire, robot. 12. Producer Phil, robot. 13.
Thanks, man.
Tracy in Yorkshire, robot please, robot. Joanna Hampshire, robot. 14. Robot, says Peter in Greater London, brilliant. Linda in Berkshire, robot, that's 16 now. Please don't put your hip out this time, Jen, says Kath in Pembrokeshire. Oh gosh. That was 17. Sharon Louise says, enjoying the show. We want the robot, Jen. Yay.
Such a big
18.
disappointment when it happens.
Joanne in Shropshire, robot. 19. Dawn in Cheshire, robot. How many are we up to now? 23? I need 2 more. Julie in Durham, 24. Oh, Sarah in Merseyside. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Oh, we're like into the hundreds now, Jem.
I need some music. I have to sing. If I've got to dance, you've got to sing.
I can't think of anything to sing. Yeah, we're gonna find this. I can't wait for this. This better be good.
It's going to be horrible.
It's gonna be amazing. Right, we ready, Rai? He's not ready yet. Rai's going to find his little intro music that he thinks is just perfect. Just perfect. Wow. And I'll bring you these. Look at the size of these. They're huge. Absolutely huge. 10 by 3 millimetres in size. Oh, look at all of that sterling silver. Oh gosh, 10 pieces in total. You've got, oh look, I've made a H. 10 pieces in total. 10 by 3 millimetres in size. They are perfect. Do you know what? But this isn't just a spacer, is it? They're really, really fancy. I think.
Absolutely gorgeous, and on the design that we've sort of referenced a couple of times, because they're 10mm in length, they'll fit on the memory wire as well, and they'll be beautiful. You don't have to have a curvature when they're that long.
Look at the size of the drill holes on these. You could get some really thick, substantial threading materials through there, couldn't you?
You could, some of the heavier satins.
Your thicker gauges of wire as well, no problem at all. 10 pieces as well, that's a lot of silver that you've got in these components, it really is. And again, look at that lustre, because you've got that twisting effect, because we've cut these in such a way, it really maximises the lustre that you have there. FQ RF72, £6.95 for you. £6.95, fantastic value there, 69 pence per component, don't mind if I do. You can add to your order, you know, no extra cost on your postage and packaging. It is just £2.95 from midnight last night right through until midnight tonight. It doesn't matter how many things you add to your order, doesn't matter how many times you log in and check out on the web, you will only have that one postage and packaging in that 24-hour period, midnight to midnight. Are you ready to robot? Okay.
I never said I could do it, they made me. Can we please just bear that in mind? And on my CV, nowhere does it say can dance.
That's amazing! It's amazing.
Cringeworthy.
It's amazing.
My normal dancing, right, when I go to
Yeah.
do the places where you might dance, it's just
yeah.
like this. I'm like,
Oh, I love it. Can
like
you
that.
imagine, Jen?
That's my kind of dancing.
Can you imagine, Jen, what was she like at the Christmas party? I bet she was a right. I tell you what, Claire McDonald was on her
What do you
own
mean,
on the
was?
dance floor. I mean, no, I just mean on the dance floor that particular evening. I bet you were throwing some shapes, weren't you?
You ask Leah and Amelia about that.
Oh, my days. I can only imagine. There's Jem on the dance floor. Doing the robot. I can't do it. Well done, Jem. Well done. She's a good sport, isn't she? Ooh.
She's not a good dancer, though.
Yeah, it's a good sport. Have a look at this. This is going to be very, very popular. I love this. I need this. It's not a want, it's a need. I love amber and I love the design and I love the amount of 925 sterling silver you've got here. Reminds me of the barley beads. It's almost like that oxidisation, isn't it, that you've got with this. What a lovely component. Can you imagine if this was in 925 sterling silver chain in a bracelet? Let's go to the seaside shop that I always go to. Oh my gosh, you'd be talking £80, £90 for something like that.
Easily. We used to have an amber specialist silver jeweller in Banbury.
Oh, really?
They're sadly no longer with us, but something like that in one of their cabinets, bearing in mind this is a market town,
Yeah.
would have been at least £70.
Yeah.
Take that somewhere a little bit more exotic, much more. Yeah.
Isn't that just stunning? Look at that. Does anybody else feel the need to shrink down and get inside the amber and have a walk around? It's just fantastic, isn't it? It's like another world in there, another dimension. Amber, formed from fossilised tree sap, approximately 50 to 60 million years ago. It's an organic gemstone that is instantly recognisable and so beautiful. It really, really is stunning. We had Amber Weekend last weekend, was it? I'm losing track of time. Weekend before. Yeah, weekend before last, Amber Weekend. And let me tell you, most things sold out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because I bought them.
Did you?
Yeah.
At least you were lucky enough to get some. I wasn't. I missed out on loads. I managed to get 2 amber connectors. But this one is stunning, isn't it? Whenever we have amber here at Jewellery Maker, it's incredibly popular. And I did say that I thought it would win Gemstone of the Year. It wasn't even nominated. I know. If it had been, it would have won. I'm telling you. I know.
Really rude.
I'm telling you, would have. Do you know what I would get for this one? I think I'd go for the snake chain, because this is quite a substantial component that you've got here, quite a substantial connector. Not only do you have that huge amber that's 40 by 12 millimeters in size, but you've got the beautiful silver work as well. So I'd go for quite how about the chains that we've had? You know, I think the deal of the day today was it like a speaker bracelet type thing as well? The bracelet in 2 halves?
Yeah.
We've had so many of them lately.
Yeah.
You know, just to connect this component into one of those bracelets would be so easy. It's just a case of opening and closing jump rings. That is it. And you will have the professional high-end look that you would expect to see in your jewellers. That's exactly what they do. 0800 644 655. You could also use this as a pendant component if you wanted to, couldn't you? Have that long drop, attach your jump ring at the top there and to your 95 sterling silver chain, and then at the bottom, you could have some amber nuggets dropping down, couldn't you? Oh, 0800 644 655 KQGY20. What a day. £19.95 is not your price tag. I don't know how I'm here, Gem. I really don't. I have no idea. £14.95. £14.95. Just for the amber alone, that would be incredible. But for all of that 95, you're amazing. And that was without a drink as well, I'll imagine. That's what I mean, you know, Christmas party. Cheryl Maine says, that was great, Gem. I wish I lived closer so that I could go to one of your workshops. I bet you make it a blast. Plus, I love your designs.
You're an absolute love. Thank you ever so much.
Oh,
That's
we
really
could put
kind.
this, we could kind of add this to your kind of, you know, the lowdown for the workshop, you know. So you're going to learn how to make some beautiful headpieces, and you will learn how to get the robot down.
Yeah, I think there would be trades descriptions would become involved, and they'd say that was a very poor robot, and you can't possibly teach that.
People would be signing up for this workshop left, right and centre, you know?
To laugh.
It'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Carol, Christine, Weldon, Jean in Cardiff, Patricia, Pamela, you're there, Alberta, you're there in the West Midlands as well. Congratulations to you. You've got a phone in your hand, stay exactly where you are. You should do it, and if you've got it in your basket, I can't guarantee that you're going to be successful, unfortunately, as quickly as you can. Gorgeous. Right, coming up for you in 10 minutes. Not the one to own, the two to own. Look at that. Really, really pretty. 95 sterling silver and your rose gold chain there. Isn't that pretty? Really, really beautiful. So 10 minutes to wait for that. And then we're just about 25 minutes away. I know. I mean, look at the size of these. Incredibly beautiful. Look at the luster. Look at the size of these dream pearls you've got here. So they are approximately 25 miniates away. Not too long. Gorgeous. Right. Which one, sorry, Danny? Ametrine. Oh, I had this yesterday. What a strand. I don't know about you, Jen, but we were saying yesterday, I've never ever seen a strand of ametrine like this before. Normally it's the drops that we get, the faceted drops. I know, it's gorgeous, isn't it? She looks like she's about to run over here and snatch it from me. 110 calories.
They're so delicious.
Aren't they gorgeous?
I want to eat them.
Look at those citrine hues. Oh, they're beautiful. They're just beautiful. 120 carats of your citrine, not citrine. Oh, do you know what? This is the strand, isn't it? This is the strand that I was on about earlier on. On our graphicals, it says amethyst and citrine. It's ametrine! You've got ametrine there. Now, ametrine is, you know, it basically is what it says on the tin, amethyst and citrine. But it is a completely natural gemstone, and it is formed deep below the Earth's crust, whereby during its chemical formation, hotter temperatures meet cooler temperatures. So it's the hotter temperatures that give us the citrine hues in the gemstone, and it's the cooler temperatures that give us the amethyst hues within the gemstone. Now that really is a tough trick for Mother Nature to perform, because too much heat during its formation and the entire gemstone would have just turned to citrine. So, you know, it says amethyst and citrine. We're not actually looking at two separate gemstones here. We're looking at one, which is the combination of amethyst and citrine, which is known as ametrine. Now, if you've ever seen a gemstone called bolivianite, or you ever see a gemstone called bolivianite, it is exactly the same gemstone. It's often referred to as bolivianite due to its location coming all the way from Bolivia. This strand is so beautifully, beautifully sparkly. You've got brilliance, you've got colour, you've got clarity, you've got lustre. This ticks every single box. And to get a strand like this is very, very unusual actually for ametrine, because it normally is the kind of drops, the faceted pear-shaped drops that we're looking at. You might have some nuggets. I've seen ametrine nuggets before, but until yesterday, I'd never ever seen a strand quite like this before. 8 by 5 millimeters in size individually in those gemstones, and that is a 30 centimetre strand that you have there. How about just popping some gold spacer beads in between to make them go even further? I mean, I'd want to make that go as far as I possibly can.
That is exquisite, genuinely exquisite. And I think part of it is that the amethyst tones that you're seeing there are perfect.
Yeah.
And when it meets the citrine tones, you get something that you don't always see.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really beautiful. And the lustre coming off them is absolutely extraordinary.
They're incredible. Sometimes you can get a very definite colour split. So almost a line, if you like, through the middle of the gemstone that gives you half of the amethyst hue, half of the citrine hue. Some people look for that, you know, some people do look for that. But for me, it's always been about the blending. So it's where those two colours blend together. It looks like the citrine has been poured into the amethyst. And that's certainly what you have within this gemstone. Somebody did text in yesterday, didn't they, one of our customers, and said they bought this for their brothers or something, or for a brother's birthday, because one birthday was in November and the other was in February.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the ultimate unseparatable gemstone. Perfect.
And there's no other that I can think of gem.
No.
You know, I love moonstone and labradorite, but there's no gemstone that gives me those two gemstones together, you know?
I do, yeah.
I love emeralds and I love rubies, but there isn't a gemstone that gives me the combination of those two.
No.
You know? I'm pretty...
Smitten?
Yeah, that's a good word. I'll go with that one. £29 and 95 pence. KEKY92 is your code for this one. You have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Do you know, I'm going to go, there's a good 60 to 70 gemstones on that strand there. It is packed. It could be a stretchy. I mean, if this is for yourself, why not? Night out with the girls. How incredible would that look?
Have you ever seen that for that?
There's 120 carats there. £24 and 95 pence. I can't do that maths, and I'm not even going to ask you to do that maths because I don't want to know, quite frankly. 0800 644. So he tells us anyway. No, he doesn't just tell us, he shouts it. 20 pence a carat. I told you about that 1 carat, didn't I? That 1 carat in the supermarket. I don't like waste. I bought 1 carat, 33 pence, put it on those scales. Thought I'd do myself sticker thing. 33 pence. Put it back on because I thought it was wrong.
For a single
For
loose
1
carrot?
carat. Thing is, I could have got a bag. They were on offer for 40. Maggie's like, how big was that carrot? It was like a sizable carrot because I needed it for all 3 of us. But, you know, I don't like waste. So I thought, I'm not going to buy a bag of carrots because I know we won't eat them. So I just thought, I'll just get 1. That'll do.
What were you making for 3 people but used 1 carrot?
Roast dinner. I have loads of veg mags. I have like carrots, kale, leeks, peas, broccoli, cauliflower, sweet corn. I'm like a veg fest. So I have a large amount of each veg. I have lots of different veg.
So
yeah.
if you end up with some leftover carrots, peel them and grate them and throw them in your sandwiches, because it makes your sandwiches more exciting.
All right.
A little bit of a health boost.
All
I'm
right.
trying to be helpful. Thrifty is actually my middle name.
What my point was that I paid more for an actual carrot than you are. Genuine ametrine. 20 pence a carrot. If you need any sandwich recommendations, 60777. Have a look at these. Oh, look, you made me think about sandwiches now.
Sorry.
I love a good sandwich. Only 13 in stock. I did have 5. I just lost one in the throes of talking about a sandwich. 5 pieces in total, individual pieces you've got here. The work that has gone into these is incredible. If you are a silversmith or you work with your silver clay, you'll already know how time consuming it would be just to make one of these components. Find that a lot here at Jewellery Maker. You know, we just think, do you know what? Forget it. Forget it, I'm not making it. I'm just going to come in at Jewellery Maker and buy it. Let them do the work for me and pay a fantastic price tag in the process as well. Now, you will get 5 pieces. They're all 925 solid sterling silver. I'm thinking bridesmaids again. Imagine one of these just in the centre of a strand of ametrine or pearls, you know?
Yep.
Oh, what about the pearls from the kit? Pearls from the second kit. Just over half an hour away, just pop one of those into that pearl bracelet. Bridesmaid piece of jewellery there to say thank you, or for accessories for the day maybe. £9.95, that's £2 per component. Could be earrings, again with that, could be a pendant if you wanted to. You know, you've got 5 individual pieces, you can mix and match them up however you wish to do so. Just £2 a component for solid 925 sterling silver. That is incredible. Massive, massive well done. IA RF81. It's 3:30. It's time for you 2 to own. Have a look at these. It's not your 1 to own today, it's your 2 to own, exclusive to us here on the Mid Show. It's a great opportunity to get yourself a fantastic deal, but just one chance to get it. So you've got to be watching at 3:30 every single day. This deal, oh, this is a cheeky one. How many do we have? 3-figure quantity. This is good, it's looking good, folks. I've got a 925 solid sterling silver chain and another 925 sterling silver chain that is rose gold plated as well. Fantastic. Not just 1, but 2 pieces you have here. We talk about mixing up precious metals a lot here at Jewellery Maker because, you know, all your big jewellery designers doing it, they're mixing up their precious metals because it is a look that is very, very much on trend at the moment. So actually, seeing those together on that necklace bust, I would wear those together and I would add a gold one in there as well to boot. And it would look fantastic. But if you are, you know, somebody that's selling jewellery and perhaps, you know, on your craft store you do like to have a selection, then wouldn't this be a great auction to come in for? You know, you've got 2 different colours and 2 very different styles there. So when it comes to change, you know, I always kind of say, think about, you know, what it is you want that chain for. So, you know, do you want to add something to that chain? Or is it just going to be that little bit of something that you want to wear every single day? You know, is it going to be taking a component or a pendant, if you like, that has considerable weight? Or you're not going to bother putting anything on there? So just think about what it is that you want that particular chain for. And then you can think about the style, because there are so many different styles here at Jewellery Making. Jewellery Making? At Jewellery Maker. It can sometimes get very, very confusing. as to what kind of design to pick. So I'm looking at these, and already I know exactly what I'm doing with each of these. So the rose gold one here, I could wear this every single day. That's just my little bit of something that I will wear every single day. Look at that luster. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Very high end. So you've got rose gold plating over 925 sterling silver there. So you've got incredible strength because you've got that 925 as that base metal, and then that rose gold finish really, really makes this high end. Now, I would have that as my little bit of something every day. Not to say that you can't add to this, because if you wanted to pop a jump ring on the bottom and then connect one of the connectors, oh, do you remember the other day when I had those rose quartz bezel connectors, rose gold plated? I'd put one of those on there, it would look gorgeous. But you know, every day, perfect. And that is a finished chain as well. What's the length on the rose gold one, Danny? 18 inches in length, so it's going to be 16 to 18 inches because you've got a 2-inch extender chain on there as well. So again, you can adjust that depending, you know, on the neckline that you're wearing that particular day. And then I have your silver one. So this one I'm looking at and thinking, okay, night out with the girls, I might change it up a bit. I might just change it up and I might pop this one on, because with this one, it is your diamond cut sterling silver. So you've got lots and lots of luster with this one. I don't know how close we can get to those links actually, because you can't quite see them there. But it's cut in such a way, or textured if you like, that it really, really makes for huge luster. Again, you know, that's going to look fantastic. With the LBD, just pop that on. Even by itself, that will look fantastic. But because of the size of the links that you have on this, you could get your standard head pins through there if you wanted to. You could get your thicker gauges of wire through there and very, very easily add to this. No problem at all. That could be charms, it could be a wire wrap pendant, you know, you've got a lot of strength there as well. So just in these two pieces, you've got two fantastic colours in your precious metals there. You've got two very different designs, so the versatility is there as well to be able to use these in so many different ways. And you know what, you can have them both for yourself. Because the price tag today for both of these, £14 and 90 pence. That's not even £10 per chain for you today. 0800 644 655 or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. Gift ideas, I'm thinking as well. Present drawer. Have you got a present drawer, Jem?
I have a present cupboard.
No, that's the same thing.
Same sort of thing.
That'll do. And these would be perfect, wouldn't they? You know, just kind of last minute, find a pendant, a connector if you like, add it to this. Happy birthday. See, I did remember. £14 and 90 pence for both of them. Keep one for yourself, give one away. Or you could multi-buy, because that's not your price tag. Keep them both for yourself, give two away. That is not the price tag on my sheet today. That is not the price tag on my sheet today. £8.95. We see one chain sell at £8.95, which is fantastic. Two.
I have never seen the part cost like this before. And what's that? $4.45?
That's ridiculous. Absolutely bonkers low. Even if you didn't want to do any jewellery making whatsoever, you know, that's something to give you a quick turnaround. Sell them at £10 each. Sell them at £15 each. You're going to be quids in. NLGC81. Look how well made they are as well. You know, you're not looking at these thinking, oh yeah, well, they don't really look like they're worth £4.40, whatever each. They look so high-end. They are high-end. NLGC81. Of course, we've got people multi-buying on these. That's exactly what I would be doing. £4.95 sterling silver chains for under £20. Where else? Where else? I don't think there is anywhere else that could bring you such a great deal. Do you know the best price I've ever seen on a 925 sterling silver chain elsewhere? High Street Jewellers. It was in the January sales, not this year, year before, $11.99 in the sale, and it was a fine trace chain. That's the lowest price I've ever seen anywhere else.
I can't say that I've seen anything less than that either. That's amazing value.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So we beat that. I thought we beat that and we've thrown another one in for you. Lynn in Hampshire, collect it in Lincolnshire. Joanne in West Yorkshire, collect it in Sussex. Susan in Essex. Dawn in Beckhamshire. Irene in Yorkshire. Pamela in Yorkshire, you're there. If you've got a telephone in your hand right now, confirm, confirm, confirm. That is ridiculously, ridiculously low. Again, it will be one of those occasions whereby you wish you'd have got more of them. And change out of a tenner and you've got 2.95 chains. Collect it in Somerset, collect it in Lincolnshire, you've got yours. Pamela, Dawn, you're there. Christine, well done, collect it in Somerset. That is phenomenal. Do you know what, you could just sell one of them and have your money back, cover the cost of two. Just keep one for yourself, hasn't cost you anything.
That's the best kind of treat, isn't it?
Yeah.
A canny treat.
Yes, definitely. You're absolutely right, Gem Hawks. GC81, and the great thing is there's no limit to quantity here. If you want to come in and you want to buy 10 of them, you know, maybe you work in the trade and you know that you're going to be able to sell these on at kind of 15, 20 pounds each. If you want to come in and you want to get 20, 30, 40, fill your boots. There's no limit to how many you buy. You can get as many as you like and only be paying one postage and packaging here at Jewellery Maker. NLGC81. So pretty, so pretty. Well done if you managed to get those. Ring mounts. When we talk about gift ideas, these are perfect, I think. Adjustable rings, because, you know, I mean, if you ask me my mum's ring size, I'm really not sure. I mean, I could guess, but I'm really not sure. Ask me my BFF's ring size, not a clue. My sister's, I'm not a clue, not a clue. So adjustable ring mounts are perfect, because if somebody does come over to your craft store, you say, can I help you? Yes, I'm just looking for a gift for so-and-so, but I'm not sure of their ring size. Don't worry. I've got adjustable rings right here. So you don't have to worry about that, do you? You know, it's fantastic. One size fits all, if you like. Now, the smallest size, approximately, that these go down to on the tightest setting is a J to K, which is a size 5. And then obviously you can stretch those out a little and you can gain a couple of sizes very, very easily by doing that. You've got rose quartz, you've got smoky quartz, and you've got amethyst. 40 carats across all of those gemstones. 40 carats, that's a massive, massive carat weight that you have there. Now, all you have to do when you get these home, because they do come separately, as you can see there, you've got the gemstones and the ring mount separately. All you have to do is get some glue. Take some glue. High-Pro Cement's brilliant. It has a precision applicator on, so you can get right into the corners of that bezel. Pop in your gemstone and give that some drying time. Just leave that upright like so. Give that a good 24 hours drying time, and that's it. And as Director Claire just pointed out, do you know what, you can do that and you can still call it handmade. It will take you about a minute to do all three. Me talking about a quick turnaround, well, that's going to do it, isn't it?
Very much so.
Goodness me, can you imagine? 0800 644 655. How fat? Look at the size of that on the hand as well. So you're talking approximately, I don't know, 16 carats per gemstone, something like that. 13 carats per gemstone. £9.95. That is approximately £3 something each for 13 carats of genuine. Costume ring. Could you get a costume ring for £3.30 something? Probably not. A genuine gemstone of this kind of carat weight at £13. Unbelievable. KTPO 78 is your code for those. Get checking out as soon as you can. 30-day money back guarantee. You won't need it. Not at all. Right, these pearls are coming up for you in 5 minutes' time. They're quite possibly the biggest pearls I think I've ever seen. Huge. 5 minutes. Not long at all. I better put that strand back over there because that belongs in the kit. Black spinel. I was talking about black spinel earlier on. I'm using it in a design and I can't remember what design I was referring to and what component. Oh yes, it was the bracelet, wasn't it? So it was the bracelet design, just like our gems that she's wearing with the amber and these spacers. So Gem's got a daytime look on. I was going with a nighttime look with these tubes and the black spinel. Night out with the girls. Remember my bracelet? That would look fantastic, wouldn't it? Just beautiful.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. They were made to go together.
Huge amount. I sold out those tubes. Wrong answer, Daniel. 70 carats of black spinel. Why do I love this gemstone? Do you know what? It's impossible. It's impossible to not love it, really. You've got a colour that is bold, that is beautiful, that is striking, that will go with absolutely anything and everything. You've got a gemstone that has so much lustre. In fact, it rivals that of a black diamond, which is why it is often mistaken for that of a black diamond. But the thing is, with black diamonds, you can get pits and flaws that you won't necessarily see in your black spinel, which is why I would choose black spinel over black diamonds. It's incredibly luxurious, isn't it? And I think it's one of the gemstones that I always look at and think, that looks so expensive. And it does, you know, it oozes glamour, doesn't it? You put that with your pearls, your Art Deco, vintage glamour you've got there, a monochrome look that will go with anything and everything in your stash.
With the giant pearls, you get a 1960s glamour as well. I think that's amazing together.
Oh my days. Yeah, you could just put one, couldn't you? Just take one of those pearls, pop that into centre, have a choker style design, which we were talking about yesterday because they're very much on trend again at the moment. So just have a choker style design, pop one of those pearls into that black spinel. Or you could pop the black spinel as spacers in between the pearls, couldn't you, as well? Those are coming up very, very soon. 0800 644 655. Thing is, there isn't anything this black spinel wouldn't work with. Take your pick. Take your pick.
It's amazing by itself as well, isn't it?
What was that, sorry, lovely?
Sorry, honey, I interrupted you. It's amazing by itself, just as a standalone, because it's such a high-performance gemstone. You don't have to team it with anything. It just works so incredibly.
It looks beautiful, doesn't it? I mean, my top 6 are all green. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think there might be a new number 2. Yeah. And how long have I been saying that my top 6 are all green? I can't even put this at 1.5 because there's too many that are at 1.5. I think this for me is, I'm changing it. I'm changing it up. What's going on?
How
For
amazing.
the first time in how many years? I'm changing it up, Danny. My top 6 aren't all green anymore. No. I'm going to put black spinel at number 2. Yeah. I've got to have my Zambian Emerald. I've got to have my Zambian Emerald at number 1, haven't I? I've got a million at 1.5. But this is like on its own. It's there. Putting it at number 2. I love it. You can't go wrong with black spinel. AXRU12 is your code for this one. Get checking out as soon as you can. Do you know what? It's time. We've been waiting a long time as well. They're coming up for you now. These are like, they're probably the biggest pearls I've seen here at Jewellery Maker. And we've seen some pearls, haven't we? I mean, we have them every day. We're really, really fortunate here at Jewellery Maker to have pearls every day. But this kind of size, I don't know if I have. I don't know if I have seen them of this kind of size. We've certainly seen some substantial pearls before. To get them this size is so very, very rare indeed. Now, when you think, and again, you know, pearls are featured every day here at Jewellery Maker. It's very rare we go a day without seeing pearls. So for that reason, you might not necessarily think that they are a rare gemstone. However, they are. All genuine gemstones are rare. You're looking at something here that starts out as a grain of sand or a little bit of debris, if you like. And inside the mollusk, that's where it'll be. And then the mollusk, if you like, produces a substance and squirts that over the dirt or the grain of sand. And then and basically it does that to protect itself. But that is what forms your nacre over time. So that pearl will then grow, and that nacre will get thicker and thicker, and over time, hopefully, fingers crossed, that will form, and that will give us a fantastic roundness. You know, it will give us luster, it will give us a fantastic colour to our pearl as well. So when you think that, you know, this could take months, potentially years, you know, depending on the size of the pearl, we're relying on Mother Nature to do something pretty spectacular. You know, you're looking at an organic gemstone. Organic gemstone. They are 10 by 11 to 14 by 10 millimeters in size. I can't even imagine how long that took for a pearl to grow to this kind of size. It would have taken a very long time, let me tell you. You've got the most beautiful silky-like luster, and it is like pure silk. That's exactly the luster that you want to see from your freshwater culture pearls. Stunning. So if we want that to happen, not just once, because that rarity to happen once is something, isn't it? But when you think that every strand we bring you here at Jewellery Maker, it's not just one pearl, is it? You know, it's not just a couple of pearls. They are packed full of pearls throughout the whole entire strand. I mean, we've got that 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38 times over in one strand. That's rare. But to get that 38 times over at 10 by 11 to 14 by 10 millimeters in size, this is kind of next level. This puts them at a peg or two as far as value goes, if you like, because of that size that we're dealing with. You've probably heard me say before that anything over 7 millimeters in a pearl, that price tag, there's no guessing, because it just shoots up very much like diamonds. You know, once you get to that desired size of a carat in a solitaire, there's no guessing, because that price tag can just absolutely rocket. And it's exactly the same for pearls of 7 millimeters and above. To say we are looking at a sizable pearl here is an understatement. And I think I'd have to multi-buy, because part of me is just thinking, do you know what? You'd only need one of those. One of those on a head pin, 925 sterling silver chain, would look fantastic. And that would be a statement piece of jewellery, because that pearl is so sizable. But actually, let's go all out. Let's go to town, because we don't see pearls this size, do we? Let's go to town. Let's restrand them. Let's pearl knot them. And have a 925 solid sterling silver clasp. Every person in that room will look at you when you walk in with these around your neckline. Can you even begin to imagine? They are genuine pearls, the real deal. They are not fake, they are not synthetic, they are not created. You are looking at the real deal right here. We can go, you know, onto the high street, we can buy faux, we can buy synthetics. And the thing is as well, is with synthetics, generally, as a rule, they're always perfectly spherical, aren't they? You know, synthetics are made perfectly round. Don't get me wrong, I love a perfectly round genuine pearl, but with a perfectly round genuine pearl will come a premium. But there is something about that pearl that is not perfectly spherical. There is something even more organic. I only have to take one look at these to see they're the real deal, because of those beautiful swirls you have within that pearl that's produced when the mollusk has started off the growing process for that pearl, if you like. You know, that for me, that's a genuine pearl that you've got there straight off just by looking at them. Now, if you are selling genuine pearls on your craft stall, and maybe you are selling them at ridiculous prices, because again, it's one of those things that we sell very affordably here at Jewellery Maker because we buy in bulk. We've got such good buying power. So, you know, you might want to sell these on at whatever price, too low. And if you do, somebody might come over and say, really? Genuine pearls? And you're selling them for, I don't know, let's say £50. Really? You could say, well, actually, I've got my certificate of authenticity here. Actually, I've got a strand of synthetics here. Hold them both. Now, if you hold both strands, synthetics and your genuine pearls, if you rub your genuine pearls together, you get a gritty sensation. A lot of people and collectors also do that on their teeth. Personally, that makes me go very funny. Sends shivers down my spine. Just thinking about it. Can't do that. But you can do it on your teeth if you want to, that's up to you, or rub them together. Secondly, as soon as you pick them up, there's a significant difference in weight. You know, genuine pearls feel significantly heavier than your faux pearls as well. So as soon as you pick them up, you know, you're educating your customer at the same time then, and they will respect you for that, and they will understand why you're bringing them a great price tag if you've got a great price tag, and they're more likely to come back at the end of the day as well. However, pearls, it's one of those things. Afla Hastings calls them the George Clooney of gemstones, doesn't she? Because even if you don't like them, you understand why people do, like George Clooney. Even if you don't like him yourself, you understand why people like him. Oh, I'm totally on Team George. These are beautiful. Pearls come with a perceived value. You know, I've grown up watching, you know, the old films, seeing pictures of Elizabeth Taylor, Audrey Hepburn, Marilyn Monroe wearing pearls. In my head, pearls have always been tens of thousands of pounds. But you know what? These aren't going to be tens of thousands of pounds. In fact, they're not going to be in 4 figures. In fact, they won't even be in 3 figures this afternoon. They're not a star buy for nothing, you know. UV MG19, 38 individual pearls of a colossal size at just £16.95. Do you know that would just cost you 22 pence, still less than that carrot I bought. 22 pence for a pair of earrings that would cost you. 22 pence a pair, or 22 pence each, Danny? 22 pence a pair. A pair! How much would you sell that pair of earrings for, Gem? You know, 2 gemstones, obviously 925. What would you be looking at on your craft stall?
I would be thinking the cost of the strand. £17 and north of there on sterling silver wires. You can sell a faux pearl on an ear wire for £5.
Yeah, so Danny, yeah, I thought, Danny got a D in maths. I didn't do well, but something told me that wasn't right. It's 44 pence per pearl, so it's 89 pence for £100. £100. And I've got to be honest with you, Gem, I think you're giving your earrings away.
The reason that I
No,
price my jewellery so is because I buy from Jewellery Maker.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything I purchase comes through this family.
Of course.
And there's a very good reason for that, because it means that I can bring to everybody affordable treasures. And they are
you
treasures.
You have your money back on 2 gemstones.
Yeah, you use the end to... You make your money back and the rest is for you. If you choose to use that to gift, to make money from, so be it. But there's a lot of potential there. And aside from the size, what strikes me about this strand is just how pearly they are. There's no question whatsoever that those are pearls.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what? £16.95. That is not to be sniffed at, let me tell you. UV MG19 is your code for these. If you haven't dialed yet, you can still do it now. You can still do it 0800 644 655. If you're on the web, check out, they will sell out. I have one of the biggest price drops I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker coming up for you today. That's right. Big statement, that, eh? Right. London Blue Topaz. I can see the do you know what? I can see the 2 prices in my head. I can see where it was supposed to be, where it should be, that London Blue Topaz, and then I can see the price drop that Danny's going to on it. You will not want to miss out. It's very, very limited, very limited. The reason I looked at that price tag was because Danny told me it's the biggest price drop of the day. Pretty big. What time is the London Blue coming up? 5:30. Limited 20, I think there was. It's not enough, is it? Have a look at the kit as well. If you loved the last kit, you're going to absolutely love this one too. It's beautiful. Second kit, your masterclass, is coming up for you in the 4 o'clock hour. Think there's still a few of the last kit available as well at JewelleryMaker.com, so do get yourself along there. Have a little look. Had some fantastic 925 today, and pearls, so many pearls. I've just found the spacer. Don't go anywhere, or maybe just get yourself a fresh cuppa. Get yourself really, really comfy. It's horrible outside. Doris is whirling round up and down the country. Stay indoors, keep it Jewellery Maker, and we'll bring you fantastic deals and some entertainment for the rest of the evening. Show. See you in a bit.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Did you know, no matter how many times you purchase with Jewellery Maker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging. Select our standard delivery for just £2.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for £4.95.
Amethyst is a gem which you can get in so many different colours, so many different shades, so many different clarities, and at Jewellery Maker we're lucky enough to have pretty much every single imaginable example of amethyst, whether it's natural Coloma Mine Zambian amethyst or whether it's going to be really highly prized lavender amethyst. And it's a gemstone which people have heard of. It's a household name. It's a gemstone with so much heritage, and it's worn by people of all ages, from all classes of society, and it's a fantastic gem to own.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Welcome to Jewellery Maker. We're live every day from 8 AM to 11 PM. Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you just tuned in, it's time for the masterclass this afternoon. Oh my gosh, these pieces. I've just been eyeing them all up, ready for my friend's wedding. That's coming up in April. I'm thinking, oh yeah, I could make that for her, I can make that. I could do these wine glass charms as well. Fabulous. These are, in fact, can we have a look at the pieces before we have a look at the kit? Because they're gorgeous, Gem. She's been with that machine again, hasn't she? You can tell. Look at them. Look at these, just divine. Look at that, but that's perfect. Oh, Gem. And do you know what? I've got to show you the back of this. Whoopsie. Just show you the back of this as well. This is what I love. I mean, look. Attention to detail. Look at the hearts. Look at those.
The idea was if you had a low-backed dress and hair up, or short hair, or a backless dress even.
That's stunning. And with the chokers being so on trend at the moment as well, that's the perfect design, isn't it? That is just exquisite. Have a look at these charms. I think these are fantastic. Bride and groom glass charms with little Swarovskis on there. What a great idea. Fantastic, fantastic. Just flip that one over. There we go. They look beautiful, don't they? And I mean, wire writing, it's the first thing I ever tried, wire writing.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult, is it?
No, I mean, we have our resident Claire, who is amazing with her wire writing, but like you, I dabbled in it several years ago.
It's good fun, isn't it?
And it is good fun, and when you get plentiful bundles and you get lots and lots of the 0.8 and the 1mm wire to hand, it is something that you can do with a relatively short amount. If you've just got like a half a metre left on a reel, you can still achieve something that's really usable and useful. And even if you only use those end bits just to practice your craft, I remember it's 4 years ago because Honey just turned 4 yesterday. It was Honey's birthday yesterday. So it would have been 3 and a bit years ago, her first Christmas. I made wire writing for the Christmas tree for them and for her older brother Charlie as well, my friend.
Oh, lovely. I love this, Gem. Oh, I need to get married again.
I didn't know what I was making when I made it. It evolved.
Look at this. Oh, just beautiful. I love it. Absolutely. I mean, how fabulous. Maggie's telling me off. She's saying, get back. Get back. I'm trying to sort out camera 1 and you're messing it up. Who said you could go for a walk? Sorry, Max.
Do you want me to...
Oh, it's my back.
I can sit.
It's my back. I can't stand up straight for long. And you've made one of those. I don't know what they're called. You know, like the horseshoes and things that you traditionally put over the bride's wrist.
This was the idea for this was for a flower girl, and it's just on a sheet of a circuit rather of necklace memory wire, just utilising some JM ribbon that I had hanging around and some of the pearls.
Love it.
And just sort of going through the colours, which are really, really pretty on
this
that
whole
strand.
Kit is fun. You've made so many pieces. It does just say luxury. You're absolutely right. It's fantastic. Now, we were saying earlier on, you know, then again, when you get pearls in a kit, always think about the price tag you would put on just one strand of pearls. If you know, pearl knotting them, 925 class, what kind of price tag would you pop on them? There's not one of these strands that would be under £60 for me. That's just me. You might be different. It's entirely up to you. But just have a think, because you've got 3 strands of genuine pearls here. Look at these multicoloured pearls.
They're stunning.
They are
Absolutely
divine,
stunning,
aren't they?
I remember when we had something very, very similar as a standalone deal of the day many, many months ago. I absolutely bought about 4 of those.
These have been on before and sold out on their own before,
well, that was probably my fault then. So.
Yeah, probably. Did you buy them all,
I
Jan?
did.
Terrible. They are beautiful. Multicoloured pearls you have there. And they are 6x7 to 9x7 millimetres in size. You've got your white fresh waterculture potato pearls there at 7x6.5 millimetres in size. That is a 41 centimetre strand. And then you've got your smaller cashis there at 4 to 5 millimetres. They are all completely natural. This is something to bear in mind when it comes to pricing your pearls again. They're natural, no bleaching, no treatments, nothing whatsoever. So these fantastic colours that you see in your multicoloured pearls, they're what Mother Nature produced. And aren't they gorgeous? You've got peaches, you've got lilacs, pinks going on in there. Bridal heaven. 3 strands you have there. I'll then move on to the Swarovski for you. These little hearts, you've got 12 of them. Do you know what? They're actually hurting my eyes to look at those at the moment.
They are pretty bright.
Your beautiful Swarovski hearts. You have a 12 pack and they are 8mm in size. They are beautiful, aren't they? Look at the clarity and the brilliance. Swarovski crystal, AB love beads you have here, and you've got 12 of them.
I particularly enjoyed the description, actually. I thought that was lovely.
A lovely description, isn't it? Love Day is coming up. That'd be perfect. Or for your bridal pieces. And then you've got your smaller bicones there, your 4mm bicones. They're also your AB crystals. So AB stands for Aurora Borealis. It's when you've got this coating on there that just gives you so many magnificent colours. Look at those, stunning. I love them. 48 of those in total. Then you've got all your wire. You've got your 1mm gauge, your 0.8 and your 0.4. It's your silver coloured wire, and you've got 10 metres of each, so you've got 30 metres. So again, you've got some great gauges to be going on with there. Structural right through to your weaving wires.
Absolutely perfect. It's my perfect bundle, actually, wire-wise.
Yeah, they are fabulous, aren't they? You are getting all of this. All of this, all of your wire, 30 metres of wire, your Swarovski crystal beads there, and 3 strands of genuine pearls this afternoon. I'm gonna go with this piece, Jen, because I think it's my favourite. And I can see myself wearing that when I get married to Jason Statham. What kind of price tag would you pop on that?
That individual piece?
Yeah.
Probably £70 to £80.
I think that's an amazing price. And going back to what I was saying earlier on, when I was looking myself, I couldn't find any genuine gemstones. It was all Swarovski, you know, crystal, diamantes, that kind of thing. £70 to £80 for genuine pearls. That's such a great price. That's fantastic, isn't it? Can I put it on? Can I try it on?
It's pinned, but do feel free.
Okay. I don't need to pin it into my head, do I?
You probably don't have to pin it onto your actual head, no.
That's good. I'd quite like it, yeah. Kind of. I've just had my roots done, so we're all right on camera too, right? Yeah. Shouldn't be any greys there, I don't think. It was pretty bad the other day, I tell you. Look how pretty that is. I would love that. I would love to. I'm going to get married again. I love it. It's such a pretty design that is. So £70 to £80. And I would be more than happy to part with that for this piece of jewellery.
I really enjoyed that, to be honest. It started as something else, but...
I've got a feeling you're going to get your money back and some just on this piece. I'm just guessing. I don't know where we're going on price, to be completely honest. 0800 644 655 or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. KFGC80 is your code for this one. If you came in on the web today and bought all of these components individually, that's fantastic. So you've got your money back already.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's not even your price tag, is it? £47 and 10p is incredible. That is phenomenal for 3 strands of genuine natural pearls. Never mind your Swarovski that you've got there. In fact, I can see just between us and the gallery, there is a huge window. It's very dark in the gallery, so we can mainly see our reflection. There's one Swarovski on the top of this headpiece that is sparkling away, and
It's
I can see it all the way over there.
Yeah.
It looks fabulous. When did that happen? £32 and 95p. That is incredible value. 0800 644 655. So money back, and the money making potential in this kit for you, Jen.
Oh, outstanding, absolutely outstanding. I mean, I'm just looking at those 3 strands of pearls, natural coloured pearls in there.
Yeah.
If I was to get those 3 strands of pearls for this price tag, I would be absolutely delighted.
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you now. Even if these 3 were a deal of the day, I don't think we'd be looking at that kind of price tag.
No, I know.
Do you know, we've done something pretty spectacular on this kit for you today. 0800 644 655 or on the interweb at jewellerymaker.com. There's lots of you coming through. Beverly in Cumbria has got hers, Lynn, Margaret, Diane, well done Jackie, Linda, Yvonne, Lynn in Warwickshire, Margaret in Cheshire, Deborah in Lancashire's just got hers, Vivian Essex, Christine in Shropshire, Debbie in Gloucestershire, Carolyn in County Londonderry. Keep dialing, get dialing. £32.95 is incredible, incredible value. It doesn't just have to be bridal. You've got pearls, they're classic, they are timeless. You can use them in any of your designs, and you don't have to justify prices when it comes to pearls. People just know that pearls are high end, don't they? It's
Absolutely.
fabulous. 0800 644 655. If you have this in your basket, about 10 of you have this in your basket at the moment, get checking out as soon as you possibly can. Oh. Even if I was just my friend's bridesmaid, I mean, could I get away with this as a witness?
Yeah, why not?
Yes, with the witnesses, please step forward. There's me with my bridal headdress on, and you know, that's good. Nice try though. And 0800 644 655. That is beautiful. Which piece are you going to show us? I want to see them all.
We're going to look at various techniques associated with the one closest to us.
Right. Okay. Fabulous.
So we're going to look at creating a basic choker frame, and then ways of embellishing it, ways of linking it at the back, and then just a little quick look at the rosary linking with the addition of the heart wires as well, which I can't remember how I did, so I might need to borrow those.
That's absolutely fine. I don't know how any of you remember
being
what you've
honest,
done,
to be fair.
Okay, lovely. I shall let you start.
Okay, so the first thing that we would want to do is to create our basic frame, and if you're creating for a specific bride in mind, you will need to bear in mind the drop at the front of their dress, so you'll need a slightly less fussy centrepiece. If you're having quite a high neck, you can be a little bit more elaborate if the bust line is that bit lower. Also, the drop on the back, you will need to relate to your bride to her dress and sort of check with. Also, neck sizes vary greatly. Some people can have as tiny as a 13-inch neck, whereas others of us have considerably larger bodies. So you will need to consistently check with your bride, take some measurements, take some specifications before you even get started.
Okay.
So the first thing that we're going to do is to create the basic frame, which we're going to use the 1mm silver-plated round wire to do. Now, I've taken off significantly more than I need.
Okay.
If you imagine, nobody's going to need a neck that big, but we're going to do some stuff in the middle, so that's always good.
Okay.
Now, if you were going to have quite a simple, elegant front, you could just put a little squiggle. I chose to do a heart shape, and then I later decided that I wanted to cover that with a more complicated heart shape. So underneath the woven heart in there,
If I turn that round, you can see,
is a basic heart shape, which I decided I wanted to embellish at a later date. It's not necessarily the tidiest thing in the world on the back there, but I'm not ashamed to show you my workings. And also, I'm very honest about, you know, we can add a little rose or a little swirl if something doesn't please us. You don't have to throw everything away. You can embellish, you can layer up, you can improve. Sometimes, obviously, less is more, but sometimes more is more. So what I did to begin this design was just to create a contained heart.
Right.
What you can do is cut your wire into two sections, make yourself a heart, and then just put a very simple loop on either side of the heart and have the wire coming away from it, which is fine. But for this design, I chose to create a solid heart in the centre. So if I might be better on a face-on camera rather than an overhead for this bit, because we're just going to start in the centre of our good long length of wire, and it's got to be around 36, so about 3 feet. So I'm creating an angle that's going down here, and this is the bottom half of the heart. So I'm going to create the point at the bottom of the heart, come back up the other side. And then what I would do is just flip this down onto the front so that I can get my angles correct, get my level of symmetry. So I'm just going to bring this up, draw that into position. You can, of course, if you like, draw this out first and then make measurements. There we go. So I'm just going to put an angle going that way. So you've got the base of your heart there, and you can then wire the little bit over the top. I'm just going to leave a V notch in there for now. because obviously you can then wire in a more complicated heart at a later date if you want to, or you can just have it very simply this way and wire in one of the love beads. So that is the beginning of your design.
Okay.
This is the point at time that you would require to know how large the bride's neck is and how much space she wants, because if you're looking at a choker that sits very high up on the neckline, the dimension is going to be different to if it's sitting a little bit closer to the collarbones.
Yeah.
So you need to look at preferences for what
Okay.
we're trying to achieve, and just sort of decide where you want to put your loops at the back.
Right. Okie dokie. Can I squeeze this in? Is that okay? French wire, because we've had so many pearls, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it? French wire, this is one of your finer gauges that you've got here, actually. This is a very delicate gauge that you have here. Which one is this? Is it a 0.6? Yeah, 0.6 millimetre gauge you've got here in your French wire. Now, originally, or traditionally I should say, French wire was used to finish off pearl necklaces. So if you've made your pearl necklace, for example, let's say you're pearl knotted, then at the end of that necklace you're going to be wanting to add a jump ring or a clasp. Now, it is a fact that the clasp is where most of the wear in a necklace occurs. So if you've used something that would traditionally be used like silk threaded material, obviously that's quite... If there's such thing as a precious threading material, it's your silk, isn't it? You know?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
It really is. So you want to protect that. So French wire was used to protect the silk at the end. So typically you'd use about 1 centimetre per end, give or take. And you just cover your silk and create that loop. So instead of the clasp or the jump ring sitting inside the silk, the French wire will take the wear and tear for you, so in turn it will protect your silk, but it will also give you that finishing touch. You know, it's going to add lustre to your design, it's going to look professional as well, and just finish it off perfectly, isn't it? Beautifully. So you've got 55 pieces and each piece is 12 inches. Now with 12 inches you can get approximately 15 necklaces worth out of one strand. Times that by 55. That's a lot of necklaces that you potentially have here. But saying that, some of you use it in different ways as well. It is your 0.6, so I'm sure you could get a 0.4 wire through the middle there, give it a little bit more structure. Gizmo coil with your French wire as well, which would look fantastic. You can cut it into small sections as well and use it as spacers in between gemstones. Lots of different ways you can use this. Somebody, I can't remember who it was, guest designer not so long ago, said mermaid hair. Love that idea. So, was it you? Was it you? I must have worked with you then recently, if it was you. Jem's like, yeah, that was me.
I don't think it's only me that's ever thought that.
No,
but
probably
yes.
not.
No,
But
it's
yeah, I
amazing.
just remember thinking, yeah, it was just such a great idea. The texture of this is fantastic. I guarantee, whoever brings you French wire here on Jewellery Maker just strokes it for a while. Because it does, it feels amazing, doesn't it?
It is, and there's so many uses, as you've said,
Yeah.
outside of its original
Yeah,
limit.
and you don't just have to use it for pearls. You can use it on the end of any strand, you know, that you want to, if you've knotted or you just simply restranding, rethreading. 12 inches in total on each strand, 55 strands in total. £9. Danny, can you just times 55 by 15? 825 necklaces, potentially. Or bracelets,
That's
if you like.
incredible.
825. I mean, you're not going to run out of this for a while, are you? That's a lot of French wire. And £9.95, half price. Sound effect. Oh, I can't remember now.
Boom.
£4.95. 800 and something necklaces. Am I right in saying that's not even going to cost you half a penny per necklace? Why would you not? Why would you not finish your design off with French wire? It's a no-brainer. Winner, winner. What day is it?
Buffet.
Thursday.
Buffet dinner.
Buffet. I'm having buffet. It's birthday buffet tonight. Danny's saying screaming lasagna at me. He says, I don't know why I bother, you never mention my dinner. Okay, winner, lasagna dinner. It's better than a buffet, isn't it? It's cold. You could do something hot, I'm sure. ERZR58. You can multi-buy with this. And that's the thing, even if you don't know exactly what you're going to be using it for just yet, I would come in and multi-buy anyway, because at £4.95, it might be that you use some of this for pom necklaces, you use some for mermaid hair, you use some for gizmo coiling with, and then you've run out before you know it. You think, oh, why didn't I get more? It was a fiver. ZF58 is your code for that. Well done. Rhodium plated twisty wire coming up for you very, very soon, but I shall let you carry on for now, Jen.
I'm just going back to the French wire.
Yeah.
I'm sure Claire used it to make her Easter chick last year.
Yes, she did. She pulled it out and scrunched it all up,
which is,
didn't she?
you know, another
Very
effect that you can get.
satisfying, that is. I think that's the first time I've not pulled one out, actually. Yeah.
You were very restrained. Well done. I'm impressed.
You can carry on, Jem.
Once you have decided the size of the piece you're going to make, you're going to want to have some form of connector at the back. Now, if you were making for stock, what you could do is make a slightly smaller neck piece, have 2 basic loops at each end, and then have a length of chain in between. And by that way, you would have an adjustable piece of jewellery. So what I'm going to do is just show you, if you're very, very new to jewellery making, how to do a variation on a loop. So I'm just going to pull the one side out of the way and come in with my round nose pliers on this right angle bend which I've made. So we've got the front section, we've measured around, and this is going to be our halfway point. So I'm going to just pop a little loop on the end here using my round nose pliers. Now, as I said earlier, you can have a loop on both ends if you prefer, and then you can use chain and an S-hook perhaps. So I'm just going to flip this up sideways so I can show you how to sort of embellish this a little bit more. But we've got that nice round shape at the back there. I'm going to wrap a couple of times just to give a level of security to the shape, over the top and round, over the top and round. So what you can do is on your other end you can create a hook effect, which I'll show you how to do in just a second. But just to pretty this up slightly, I'm going to draw the wire around and over one more time, give that a nice sneak up together between the tips of the pliers there, and if you'll notice the 1mm wire, I go the top with one set of the plier faces and the bottom with the other. And this enables me to bring those 3 coils very close together and gives a very neat finish. Okay. So I'm going to pop this back now into the orientation that will be seen and just put some warmth through the wire here. Trim to length. I'm going to use probably about, if I can get the cutters into position, that was a bit faily, wasn't it? Sorry. I've got about 2 inches of excess wire there, and all I'm going to do is an open loop. And this just embellishes the end slightly. So I'm gripping quite tightly with quite close to the tip of the round nose pliers, but instead of closing up really close, I'm making a nice open loop. And this just gives you a different element of decoration at the end. So once you've decided that you've got the loop that you want to see, I'm just going to grab hold of that and pull it over the front. So that just gives you, it looks almost like a section of a treble clef, but it's just something a little bit different on the end. So on the far side, you could do a hook, or you could repeat the exact same loop. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this side off because it's getting on my nerves. I'm just being honest, it is. And you would do on one side. I quite like the idea of symmetry, so we're just going to work on one side. You would do exactly the same on the far side as well. So the first thing that we're going to do is add on some detail, and to do that we're going to use the 0.8mm gauge wire, so I just need to grab one of those from over here. This is one that's already open, so we will use this one. Now this is where working with a little bit more than you think you need is quite handy, because we can add a lot more detail without too much harassment and hassle. I'm all for making it as easy as possible.
Simple life.
So I'm just going to work with, this is probably about 20 inches or so of the 0.8mm silver coloured wire, silver plated wire, sorry. And what we're going to do is just add some loops to chase around the choker, which will not only give us interest, it will strengthen the design, and it will also give you apertures onto which you can add any of the pearls that you choose, or any of the Swarovskis, or any little wire charms that you might decide you want to create. You could even use all of the love beads, pop them onto head pins if you have any in your stash. and then have them dangling down from the lower loops as it goes around the choker, so that would look quite pretty.
Fantastic.
So the first thing I'm going to do is just coil the end of my 0.8 wire around my central V in the centre of the choker piece. So I've got about 3/4 of an inch over the top. I'm just going to wrap that around once, twice. Now I've done that quite openly, but you could close that up if you wanted to. I'm just going to trim a couple of mil above the top and then chase that end piece, making sure that you chase that down and around in the direction that the wire is travelling, so that it's smooth and you're not going to touch, because it's going to be quite close against the skin. You don't want that to grab hold of any part of your bride. You want your bride to have a comfortable experience. So once you've hooked on, I'm just going to give that a bit of a tweak because I want it to be even. So there we go. My 3 coils are now exactly the same distance apart. And I'm going to switch my grip and just flip this up the other way. So excuse me for a second while I do that. There we go. I'm going to grab hold of this section that we're working with. And what I want to do is get a really good grip on those 3 coils. If you can't get a grip with your hands, you can use your pliers, but go carefully with the tension. And I'm just going to draw the 0.8 wire. I'm coming over the top of my main choker frame. I'm just going to use my thumb to warm and curve. What I want to do now is bring all of this excess 0.8 inside this curve. So I'm coming over the top here and then coming underneath on the other side. I'm just going to draw that around the end and pull that into position. So I quite like that dimension. So I'm just going to grip hold of the frame because I don't want to lose this curve. I want to use and retain that curve. So I'm going to grip both my frame and the 0.8 wire that's embellishing. Grip that really tightly, bring the tail of my 0.8 over the top, and I'm going to spin that round 3 times, for instance. And now that's coming up and off, and we're going to repeat the first part that we did here. So if, again, I'm using the curvature of the wire is being generated by the heat of my thumb and the movement of my thumb here. So I'm drawing that inside the frame. So the wire has travelled around 3 times, it's come over the top, and now it's coming underneath here.
Okay.
So once I've got my dimension, at this stage, I think these would look quite nice if they were the same size.
Yeah.
So I'm going to judge that by eye. You can, of course, get a piece of sketch paper or notepad paper, draw an arc, and then you can copy that arc
it's a good idea.
if you feel that you need to. I tend to work by eye, which is why it's not as precision as you might think.
That's
a little bit
pretty
organic.
precise, if you ask me. Machine!
It's not a machine. I'm not a machine. Machines don't break down as often as I do. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pinch the 1 mil frame and the 0.8 embellishing wire, grip that quite tightly, draw that 0.8 around once, twice, and a 3rd time. So the singing in my ear is quite beautiful.
Oh.
I bet you can guess the song.
Everyone does it at home. This is the thing. People text in all the time and say every time you say 1, 2, once, twice,
not gonna
3
sing.
times.
I've already danced. She did it. I didn't. Wasn't me. So I'm just going to do that a couple more times so that we've got a complete length of wire has been embellished. So again, it just bears function and form to just warm through the wire slightly, get that curve into position over the top, around into a nice little loop, and then underneath. Judge your distance, grip and spin. So if you want to, you can do that quite quickly, or you can take your time and make sure that you're getting quite even loops. But I'm just going to speed through that twice more, once, twice, a 3rd time over the top, warm through it. Now you'll see here, this one is slightly smaller now.
Yeah.
So what I would do is when I get to the other side, I would ensure that it was equal. And I'd say I did that on purpose to graduate it down, which is exactly what I'm going to do now. I'm going to make this next loop slightly smaller, so that it reflects the size of the one preceding. This is something that a lot of jewellery makers go through, and you really do need to be adaptable. It really does pay you to be adaptable. So just, again, use the warmth of my hands and the curvature of my thumb to create that last loop. I'm going to pull my embellished clef out of the way, grip hold of the frame once and twice around that way. Now, I've got a length of wire left over, so what I'm going to do is go backwards the way we came.
Right.
But I'm going to do that randomly now. I think I quite like the idea of just going up the other way. I'm going to come over the top this time, and I think I'd quite like a large loop. So at this stage, you don't have to copy a design exactly. You can really go to town. You're very, very welcome to do so.
Yeah.
If you want to look at the photos, which will be uploaded at some point soon, feel free to do so. But I'm always hugely encouraging of people taking the inspiration, taking the techniques and making their own take on it. I love to see it. So I'm just going to, you can see we've got these two little apertures here between the loops that we wrapped earlier. I'm going to scooch down inside the first one and push my wire around, and then back around between the next two wire loops, and I'll just show you next to us what I'm talking about, here and here. Pull that round and underneath again. So I'm always coming from one side of the wire to the other. So I'm coming up the back here, so I'm going to flip over the front. I'm going to go over two loop drops again, pull the wire into position. Again, this is the other end of the 0.8 we were working with. Get that to sit down between those first two wires, draw that around the back, whoops, and make it happen. Repeat. It will do what you want it to do, you just have to tell it a bit firmly sometimes. There we go. Smoothing with the thumb all the while. And then we've got two more loops just here, which we're now going to encircle.
Right.
So I'm just going to pop that into position, make sure that I'm happy with the size, pull that nice and firmly, once around the middle, twice around here, and then you've got a tail, a residue left over, which you can use to create the upper level of the heart. So if I just draw that around, very, very simply, you can see, if I just pop some round nose pliers in here, let me just turn that up this way, you can see how easy it's going to be to form that heart shape. Now, I used my heart shape as a frame onto which to wire another heart. You don't have to, you can quite simply just wire those two segments together when you get to that moment in time.
Okay.
So if I just stop for a second and show you what we've done so far, push the treble clef embellishment back into position, get that the right way up, and you can see that we're already making quite a detailed variation. And it is lovely because it's almost like drapes. If you work with your wire rather than against your wire, use the warmth of your body, use the curvature of your hands, you can get a really beautiful flowing look.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
That's quite a bit bigger than the one that I've got on the bust there, but again, you've got apertures into which we're going to show you how to put some of the other pieces.
Yeah, fabulous. Can I just bring this
Absolutely.
in? Jem, if that's all right. This is your sterling silver rhodium plated wire. We don't get many opportunities to work with 95 wire, do we?
Do you know what? As a designer, we get an email on the day or possibly the day before our kits come out to us, and we get to see a little list of what's coming. And when you see rhodium plated sterling silver wire, it's really exciting.
Have you got some coming out?
I haven't got any at the moment, but I had some a little while ago, for which I was very grateful.
we just don't see much 95 sterling silver wire anymore. The great thing is when we do see it, check out the grammage. I mean, you've got some serious gram weight in a metre long length here. It's your twisted wire as well, which is very, very designer. You know, lots of designers going for that twisted look, that roping effect, if you like, and that famous charm brand on the high street that we mention, well, at least once a day, I'd say. Their stacking rings look just like that. Exactly, almost identical, don't they? And you can add gemstones in there as well. I mean, with a metre, I mean, how many rings do you think you could get out of that gem? If you know, a metre long length.
If you were just doing quite a simple design, so you just have it looping round once and then maybe a circuit to tie it in a knot. Gosh, you've put me right on the 40, I would think, probably. Very simple rings out of a metre.
40?
20, I meant 20.
20.
See, this is why maths and me, we don't get on.
20, so a couple of inches for each
Yeah.
ring then, basically.
Just if you're making a very
Yeah.
simple design and all you want to do is loop the ends together, so
Okay.
basically a wrapped loop that comes this way and a wrapped loop that comes that way,
Yeah.
put them together, which is in and of itself a design statement,
Yeah.
you've got a huge opportunity.
That's incredible, and it's solid 925 stainless silver, but it is also rhodium plated as well. So it's going to protect your 925. It's going to stop it from tarnishing for you. 0800 644 655. IYPK27 is your code for this one. Could be a really nice adjustable bangle as well, couldn't it? You know, with a metre long length that you've got there. It's 1.4 mil, so you've got incredible structure there.
Perfect gauge for an adjustable bangle, which I can show you in microseconds.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can we have a look,
totally.
Danny?
Seriously? Can we do that?
Yeah.
And
Can
if
we
you do
drop the
that in
price?
sterling silver,
Oh, I love Danny. Yeah, as you put me on the spot then. £16.95. Oh, £11.95 for 10 grams of 925 sterling silver and rhodium plating you've got there. That is a giveaway price tag. 0800 644 655. Weber's get checking out as soon as you can for that one. That's going to sell out very, very quickly at that kind of price tag. IYPK27. Isn't it nice to be able to make bangles and rings in sterling, you know?
oh, it's lovely. Absolutely delightful.
Right, what have you done there then, Jen?
So I've literally just wrapped a loop around, which
Yeah.
I would finish obviously slightly neater than that. But if I just draw that over the top and then trim that tail, I'm just going to show you one side. Make sure that doesn't spring into your face. Sorry, that's why I put my finger over the
Thank
wire
you.
there. And just give that a little bit of a snuggle. It's a very simple mechanism, and that's 12 inches.
Wow.
So in a metre,
That's brilliant. So three times you could do that.
yeah, easily. And have some left over to make a
Yeah.
ring maybe.
Fantastic. 925 sterling silver rhodium plated IYPK27. Make sure you're checking that out as soon as you can. I've got some jump rings here as well.
Which would look amazing on a stacking bracelet or on an adjustable bangle.
Yeah, just loads of them.
Just
on
loads of
there.
them,
Look
just
fantastic,
messing around.
wouldn't they? Are these what I think they are? Go away.
Are they? Yes. They're not. There's so many of them.
925 sterling silver, and they are rose gold plated. They're your 7mm jump rings. Very, very versatile as well. We had them with Fleur the other day. We've got the last of stock now. If you are doing chainmail pieces and you want to perhaps do a Byzantine bracelet design, 200 jump rings you've got here in 925. Imagine the price tag you'd be selling that on for, because there's a gram weight. Look at the gram weight. Look at the gram weight. 24 grams. 24 grams of 925 solid sterling silver, but part of that gram weight is actually rose gold that you've got there. 7mm jump rings. You can do lots and lots of chainmail weaves with that. You can do most of your Japanese weaves with it. You know, you can use them in so many different ways. You can mix up your colours as well. You know, use these alongside your black jump rings or your gold plated 925 jump rings, your silver. 200 is a lot to be going on for, but if you're making commissions perhaps, and it's not necessarily chainmail that you do, on average we use one, maybe two per design in a necklace or a bracelet. There's 200 there. That is a lot of jewellery you could be making. And of course with bridal, we've got 925 sterling silver, very, very high end, delicately kissed with that rose gold there as well. Very feminine, perfect for bridal designs. Those pearls that we had earlier on, those huge pearls,
Oh yes.
wouldn't they be perfect with that?
That would be amazing. You can also use these in the goddess style banded bracelet.
Yeah.
So you have two strands of a beading material, and there's beads on either of the strands, and then
Okay.
on one side, I'll show you a picture on my page later. JM gets
Fabulous.
designer gem hawks because I'm not explaining it very
Love
well.
it.
They look amazing in that design.
12 chances is all we have. KUDL 65 is your code for these. £36.95. Surely if you were making it you know, a Byzantine bracelet or something like that with all this silver, you'd be selling that in three figures, I'm sure of it, if not high double figures.
When I make a foxtail chainmail bracelet,
Yeah.
I use approximately 200
Right.
of a 6 or 7 mil, and I will sell that over £100.
Yeah.
And all I'm adding really is quite a simple clasp. So
Winner, winner.
I've got to point it out. I know you must get bored of it, but it's that price was insane as it was.
Guess what?
Are you actually kidding me?
£24.95. Angry Gem.
See, I'm looking for it to be £48 because for me, £2 per gram
Yeah.
is where I'm thinking, oh, that's a bit of a bargain. I'll be scoop that into my basket, please.
Well, how about £1?
And a bit of shrapnel.
£1.04 per gram, something like that. KUDL65, they are last of stock. 0800 644 655. Get checking out as soon as you possibly can for those. They will sell out, so if you've got them in your basket, don't hang around. Jen was happy to pay £48 for these.
Yeah, that's my magic barrier. When it goes below that, I know it's definitely time to harvest the goodies.
Brilliant. That was fantastic, deal. Do you know what? I'm going to bring you the gold ones as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, got gold ones. So again, we're all different, aren't we, with our preferences when it comes to coloured metals, if you like. Precious metals. These ones are the gold. Are these 7mm as well? 7mm, gold plated, 925 sterling silver. 200 in total. Aren't they just beautiful? So maybe you've got the sterling silver, maybe you've just got the rose gold, maybe now you want to come in and get the gold plated 925. 200 again, you've got exactly the same gram weight. So Gem's happy to pay £48. Let's go. £48. Yeah. Gem's happy at £48.
Yep, absolutely.
You can't go that high, Gem. You know, our computer won't let us.
Seriously?
Yeah, because we should have been at 36. He can't actually go up in price. So he's gone straight down to £24.95. I'd get both. Mix those colours up together. They look beautiful.
Words later.
Oh.
Words will be had.
Oh, yikes.
He's legging it. He's just run.
Dinner's in the jog. QH, no, lasagna. You can forget it tonight. QHDL 31. Good point. Danny just said, I don't eat my dinner at Gem's, you know. I'm going to my mum's tonight for lasagna. Oh, you'll be all right then.
Mum dinner is there.
You'll be all right then. 0800 644 655. Yeah, anytime you want to make lasagna and bring it in. You know, I once did a chilli. That went down a storm. Danny was trying to get me to do it again the other day. I think somebody else should do the bake-off now. Someone else's turn. Right. I'm going to let you carry on, Jem.
All right, Treacle. There's the adjustable bangle, just very, very briefly. Obviously, this is very roughly made, and at home I would use a bangle forming tool, but you can see how very quickly and how easy it is to make. And with that beautiful sterling silver in that gauge, it's going to be absolutely perfect. Right, let's pop that one out of the way and continue. What I have done is threaded just a couple of the smallest of our pearls onto some of the 0.4mm gauge, which you obviously didn't have to watch. It wasn't too painful for you. I'm just going to show you an idea of what you could possibly do to embellish your design. So I'm going to start at the clasp end. And as I said earlier, you could, if you wanted to, add a jump ring and some chain and make the design as small as you think, maybe 13 to 14 inches, and then have good lengths of chains coming from both sides, which means that you will have ultimately a very adjustable design. So I'm just going to sneak the end of my 0.4mm gauge wire between my flourish and my first upper loop. And I'm going to chase that around 3 times and just leave that tail there for the moment. So there we go. Let me just bring that wire down. I'm going to need to cut this off the spool because I've made a rookie mistake and I've threaded them on when I shouldn't have. I'm just going to remove those. Add one pearl at a time, because what we're going to do is sit that little pearl inside the aperture and draw the wire into position, wrapping around, utilising those curls we made earlier. So I'm posting the centre of my 0.4 gauge wire through, pulling it around. So we've gone once this way, all the way around the frame, pushing up and pulling that back back through. I'm working with approximately 26 inches of the 0.4mm gauge at the moment, and I'm going to come around one more time, I think, push it through the upper loop and then hold that into position so that I can add another embellishment. Now at this stage you could swap to having a Swarovski, or you could have one of the different pearls, or you could add a little charm that's going to drop down, but I'm just going to add a second pearl to show you how that would quite quickly build up into really a very pretty design. So my wire has come across the front of the frame and I'm sitting the pearl into position so the tail of the wire is coming underneath to go back round. And in this way we can secure that little pearl's position. I'm holding it with my thumb so that I can get some tension here with the 0.4, and I know now that that pearl is going to sit in there. So that's one idea of the sorts of things that you can do. Obviously you would continue to go around and fill these other apertures or add charms as you prefer, but I'm just going to cut that off. If you wanted to further embellish, I'm just going to grab another section of the 0.8.
Okay.
You can really continue until you've filled this up to your heart's content. So I'm just going to give you an idea of something else that you might want to do, but not necessarily that you have to do. You know, you can stop whenever you want to stop. What you would want to do is start at one end with your 0.8. Just going to slide that inside the embellishment and wrap that around a couple of times, and I will cut that off and trim that and smooth it round a bit later on. What I'm going to do now is always coming back to these beautiful bits in the middle where we've got some weaving, and I'm just going to reflect so that we're getting almost an eyelid design now. It can build up a little bit like lace work or like a fancy crochet. I've never been able to do crochet. I have tried so many times. So I've come over the front and I'm going to loop around once, push that through underneath, and again this time I'm working with the finger, my forefinger rather than my thumb, as you prefer, and just generate another loop. So you've got lots of different options on how that's going to build up, and again you can add bits on. So if I just wrap this around once and twice and then trim that off, just gives you an idea of the sort of things that you can work towards. So that will build up quite attractively anyway. One other technique that I thought I could show you, which isn't in the main design but is quite interesting, is let's take a length of 0.4mm gauge. And what I'm going to do is add some embellishment to one of the upper curves. First thing that I would want to do is wrap my 0.4, and this length is way more than I need. This is 20 inches. But you'll always find uses for the little tails of your wire, so don't discard them. I'm just going to make sure that I secure that quite firmly onto the upper eyelid of one of my loops, which is just being a bit naughty, not doing what it wants to do. And not doing what I want it to do, it's doing exactly what it wants to do. Draw that through. So I've now got a nice secure link at this end, and what I would do later on is go back, trim and smooth that end. What I want to do now is sit a pearl on top of the design. So I'm just going to inject a pearl. I'm not going to inject a pearl. I'm going to thread a pearl onto the end of my 0.4mm. It's catching. Your wordliness is catching.
So glad that it's not just me.
Shall I get my coat?
It's brilliant. Love it. No, please don't go.
So what we would need to do to begin with is ensure that we've got a nice tight wrap around that upper eyelid so that that's not going to move. My wire has come over the top. My 0.4mm gauge has come over the top. So I'm going to grip hold of this pearl with the face that I want to see. Grip that really tightly and take this tail of wire through and around just this top eyelid. So I'm going to pull that super tight and wrap around. I think 3 times is enough. Pull that through and again pull that through, and I'm just going to add one more so that it gives you an idea of ways in which you can make it's almost lacy, but it's certainly interesting. And because when it sits on the neck it turns into a flat piece, it's very, very comfortable. So if I just get that pearl orientated how I want to see it, and then grip that nice and tightly. What I've got to do is take this tail of wire over the top, round and through. Oh, didn't want to go through then. Pull that tail, and then again, just wrap 3 times. Now, something I quite like to do is intersperse the odd Swarovski.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that now because you've got the idea. It's exactly the same formation. There we go. And then pull that tight, and you would continue to add those pearls on. The more tension you add, the more static your design is going to be. So keep that nice and tense. Ensure that you're gripping your work as you draw this wire. In that way, you won't move everything round. So you've got lots of different options on how you can make a choker. All I've done on the back is add a couple of little drops, which I rosary linked, and then popped a couple of heart designs in. So any of the connectors that we have available, and we had one earlier which was like almost a 3-piece jointed with some amber in. Any of the connectors you can add to your rosary links, and it's going to look amazing.
It's gorgeous, absolutely stunning design. Thank you so much for showing us that, Gem. It's just, these pieces are beautiful, aren't they? And bridal pieces, you can't go wrong with them.
Definitely, they're certainly an eye catcher anyway.
Fantastic. Ooh, I spy. This is more than a metre. Well, maybe it looks more. I'm going to reel it out. That's what I'm going to do. It looks more than a metre. 11.5 grams. No, it is just a metre. It just looked like so much more. Your flat wire, hooray! Your flat wire, 925 sterling silver. Now, guest designer Tracy Spurgeon was here quite a few weeks ago now, actually, obviously working with silver clay. And I asked her about bezel setting, and it's actually this that she uses, not the clay, which I wasn't aware of, I didn't know. And she just made it look so easy.
Oh, bless.
You know, if you want to bezel set any of your kind of cabochons, you've got the perfect wire to do it here as well. Have you got any cabochons hanging around there, Jen?
I have not got any cabs with me, but I was just looking on the little monitor down here to see the gauge.
Right.
And the 0.3 is perfect because you have that ideal meeting of strength with malleability. So I would use at home, I've got an agate pusher, a burnisher, which you would go north, south, east, west, and then the points in between to push that wire very, very gently over.
Thanks, Max. Max has got us a
lovely
little cab there.
Oh, it's my favourite.
See, it's kind of. If I put that flat actually as well, so you can see it on camera 4. So that's how you would set it. So you would pop your flat wire around, and then, as you say, with the burnisher, you just push that in, so it just what's the word?
Grasps.
Yeah.
Embraces.
Yeah. Around the gemstone there. So then you'd use your burnisher, and it looks incredible. When that's set, it just looks so high end, doesn't it?
It's
really
absolutely flawless.
Fantastic. So that's what you need, whoopsie, for bezel setting. Don't just have to use it for bezel setting, of course, it's entirely up to you. You've got a metre long length there, rhodium plated again. Oh my gosh, I made a mess of that, haven't I? £17.95. 800. I'm just going to give it to the pro.
I'm just tidying it up.
644 655, or on the web at Jewel. Look how malleable it is, though.
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful wire, really gorgeous. You can tension set with this as well, so you could pop that around your teardrop designs and then wrap super tight at the top. Pop a couple of little nudges of wire behind it to hold it in. Push over on the front as well, so it's not just for silversmithing, not just for silver clay. Absolutely amazing in bangles, really beautiful.
Perfect. Just perfect. Nylon jaw pliers, not just an essential, not just an essential, an essential. Your nylon jaw pliers, these are so valuable, aren't they? They really, really are. There she is. Look, she loves it. She loves it. If we're straightening out your wire, they are perfect, just perfect. So any of our pliers that have a nylon jaw essentially protect your wire. So if you've got any wire with coating on, they'll protect the colour on the coating there. With silver wire, obviously sometimes you can get dinks and marks on your silver. You wouldn't want that, so you might use your nylon jaw pliers there as well. Sometimes when you've got a reel of wire, it might be that you know, the end is a bit, you know, scuffled, if you like. And you might just cut that off and throw it away, but there's no need. Your nylon jaw pliers can save you so much money. You just go in with the nylon jaw plier and straighten it out. Straighten it back out again. So that crumpled wire now actually is a straight piece of wire, and you can use it. You don't have to throw it away. 0800 644 655 KO ZX72 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Get checking out as soon as you can for that one. That tool, priceless.
Essential, absolute essential.
Essential, essential, essential. London Blue Topaz, biggest price drop of the show. Coming up for you after the break. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be crazy the next hour. See you in a sec.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you'll receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
The colour of rose quartz ranges from a very tender pale pink to a delicate powder pink and can be transparent through to translucent. This gem has adorned ornaments and jewellery since ancient times. Known as the gemstone of true love, it's said that rose quartz allows you to get to know your true self and to love that true self in all its beauty.
I like the fact that it's a really versatile medium, that you can, you've got no restrictions with it. You can create lots of organic designs, but you can also create a really structural designs as well if you want to. You can mix it with all of your different techniques. You can mix it with polymer clay, with kumihimo, with macrame, and it's just so versatile. You can just do so much, and there's just no limit with it.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. I've got one more hour with you here on the Mid Show before Zena and Hannah Osborne take you through the Late Show. Have a look at this. Do you know what? I've only got 21, maybe 20 of these available. The biggest price drop of the show today. It's a huge, and Ryan just said in my ear, Director Ryan, if it's the same as on my sheet, that is a huge price drop. It is, Rai. Sweet little Rai. That's coming up for you at 5:30. Can I show you this bangle as well? Just put it on, perk up the job, you know. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, I have the amethyst one, you know. Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. And this is the green. Oh, I like this one as well. It's not enough to go around though. That's coming up for you a little bit later on. Do you know, if you're getting this bangle actually, you could come in and get this as well, because I'm sure this would work in this design. Labradorite connector. I've only brought you this once before, and do you know what I specifically remember about bringing you this one? Is that it's quite possibly the largest amount of silver that I've seen in a bezel. Yeah, look at this. There's so much silver in this piece for a bezel. Look at that. Absolutely. Ooh. Goodness me. That is such a substantial piece. Look at that labradorescence. All about the angle in which the light hits the gemstone to enable you to see that labradorescence. And my gollies, isn't that just magnificent. 32. I got kicked out the choir mags. 32 by 10 millimeters in size. That is 7 carats in a single solitaire that you have there. Huge amount. So if you wanted to make a bangle like, whoopsie, the one I'm wearing, you could. Look at that. It would fit perfectly, wouldn't it, as a connector into this kind of bangle. Or you could attach your 925 sterling silver chain either side of that as well if you wanted to. Oh my days, that would look phenomenal, wouldn't it? Or you could have this on a pendant as well. So just pop a gem ring on there, pop it on some 925 sterling silver chain, and then maybe have a cluster of moonstone nuggets from the bottom. Oh, yeah, moonstone and labradorite together. They do go together like beef and Yorkshire pudding. £9.95. That's a 7 carat solitaire that you have there. Do you know what I would do? I'd multi-buy, because this gemstone was Gemstone of the Year 2016, 4 out of 5 years. This gemstone is just like, yeah, that's right. 4 out of 5 years, that's me, Labrador. It doesn't even have to really do anything, you know, just shows off magnificent. Doesn't need any help from man to show off this gemstone. Does it beautifully all by itself. It's no wonder that you love this so much. RLPK41, well done if you've managed to get that one. Righty-ho. This is massive. Only 12 coming as soon as the graphics are in. Start dialing 0800 644 655. Check out the size of this amber gem step back. Look at this. I mean, look, that's one of the biggest sizes in an amber cabochon that I think I've seen. 10 by 26 millimeters in size. You know, no two will ever be the same. Amber is an organic gemstone. These inclusions, I want to see inclusions in my amber. Jem, you're an amber lover. Do you want inclusions?
Oh, definitely.
You do,
Brings
don't
it
you?
to life.
Without them, you'd be questioning the gemstone, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
You know, it's part of the makeup of this gemstone. It's part of the 50 to 60 million year journey that this gemstone has come on. 10 chances. Don't look, Gem. Don't look, just carry on. You just carry on with what you were doing. That's wonderful.
Oh.
£7.95. No lasagna for you tonight. Your dinner will be in the dog, Daniel. YPGY01. Do you know what? I never ever expected that price tag. I really thought this was going to be around the £20 price mark.
I'm ringing his mum. I'm ringing his mum now.
She's ringing your mum.
Trouble.
She's gonna get us to come and pick you up. YPGY01. You know that wire that we just had, that flat wire?
Perfect.
Absolutely bezel
perfect.
setting this,
yeah.
wouldn't you?
Definitely.
Gorgeous. I love the way that Danny calls this my electroplated labradorite. Let's do your electroplated labradorite because I love it so much. I love electroplating because it's such a designer look. There's loads of designers doing it at the moment. And I mean big designers doing your electroplating. Just one of these looks fabulous in a pendant. Add some chain in there. Oh my days, would you look at that? That's a ring. That's a ring right there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh my days. Do you know, I'm just thinking, Jem, is there a way, so I don't want to use the drill hole on that. I just want that to be a big, bold statement solitaire as it is.
Yep.
Can I use that flat wire with a ring? Could I potentially glue it to the back? I'm just thinking how would I do that? How would I set it so that there's no wire surrounding the gemstone, if you like? I want this in a ring.
I would be tempted to make use of that drill hole
Yeah.
and bring some wire underneath so you don't necessarily have to see it, and then you can either wire on or, as you prefer, wire around the flat.
Okay.
But I would actually quite like to see that flat wire going over a corner, because I think a ribbon of that lustrous silver, just a notch, just a corner, just to sort of show its face a bit. Really beautiful way of bringing it all together.
Oh, I don't want to move the strand. Can I just stay like this until 6 o'clock? Oh, they are beautiful. Do you know what? Just that one. Can you imagine going anywhere else? So labradorite is a gemstone that I see a lot, actually, especially in silver boutiques and all the seaside shops that I go to as well. Do you know, there will be out there prices so astronomical you wouldn't believe for this gemstone, especially when you're looking at quality like this. This is A+ grade. We've graded this. Rightly so. And Maggie just said, you know what? Some people have labradorite work surfaces. I tell you what, hubby, if you want to keep me in the kitchen, get me a labradorite work surface, because I will not leave that room. I tell you, I'd just be there. Imagine. I'll do the cooking. I'll do the cooking. Sorry, Maggie, did you ask me to move it? Oh. She said, Google it. Not move it. Google it. I will. Labradorite work surfaces. How much do they cost? I'll start saving. 0800 644 655. You put 85 carats across all 3 gemstones. That would most definitely be a ring for me. I'm thinking pendant with this one. And do you know what? I'm thinking pendant. No, I'd pendant with that one. What would I do with that one? I'd make another ring and sell it.
You could do, but I'd probably make whatever I made, I'd fall in love with so desperately, I'd keep it all.
I need these. How many have you got left, Daniel? 10. Jog on, Hannah, I think that was. ZDXDDL40 is your code for those. Wow. Oh, I can't put it down. Amethyst. Oh, this is very lavender. Have a look at this. These are stunning. These look suspiciously like 6mm rounds to me. Oh, they ain't mil. Do you know what? I was kind of arguing myself. Make your mind up. Are they 6? Are they 8? I think they're 8 now I said it. Yeah, I think they're 8mm. Either way, if they are, perfect for a stretchy, aren't they? Look at that amethyst. Look great with this bangle, because you've got your green amethyst there as well. The green and the pinks, the purples, the lavenders. Look fabulous. Oh. I think they are an 8. I think these are a 6. Oh no. Oh, I'm all out of kilter. It's that bump I had earlier on. I've lost the ability to tell me millimeterage.
Isn't it a lovely tone of amethyst though? Really pretty.
It is, isn't it? It's like a real. It's next to the purple opal actually, and they look perfect together. Oh, here's a strand to go with the bangle that I've got coming up. Oh yeah. Look at those together. Oh, how pretty does that look? Oh, bangles coming up for you very, very soon. Green amethyst. We don't see a massive amount of green amethyst here at Jewellery Maker actually. Also known as Praisiolite amethyst. If you ever see a gemstone called Praisiolite amethyst, it's exactly the same gemstone. If you've got purple amethyst in your stash, pink amethyst, you've got to have the green as well because the combination together, just stunning. And I think going forward into the spring, we're nearly there, that freshness, that real soft green pastel freshness, it's like a spring freshness that you have.
It really is, and it's the first thing that struck me about the strand that you have next to the bangle is how fresh it is.
It is.
Praisiolite can be quite delicate, and that is really, really fresh.
Yeah.
Really beautiful tone. I love those two together.
Yes, they look fantastic, don't they? Great for your kind of... You know, if you want to take it like kind of back to nature, and we're doing floral designs and things like that, so you can put greens in, you can go with the pinks and all the floral hues as well. Green is Mother Nature's backdrop after all, you know. You've got 75 carats. 75 carats. Massive, massive carat weight there. Graduated Wandels, they are 4x2 to 8x4 millimetres in size. You've got brilliance. You've got colour. Clarity. I think we're ticking every single box here, don't you? 19 centimetre strand. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. I'm going to go with approximately 56. 56 gemstones on that strand there, and we're at just £14.95 for you this afternoon. PD, are you at 13? No.
You rebel.
Throw something at him, Mags. Yeah, she's going to throw Ryan at him. Whoops. You okay, Ryan? She's got some strength, hasn't she, Maggie?
Yeah.
Did you see that? She just like picked him up with one hand and threw him across the glass. She is. Hey. I used to like Maggie. £9. This is scaring me now. I love you, Maggie. £9.95. PD, are you 39? That is an incredible, incredible price tag. If you've heard of the term, the lighter, the brighter. If you like brightness in a gemstone, if you like luster in a gemstone, go for tones like this because you get so much sparkle. That looks actually on that recording, it's like a glacier green there.
It is, yeah. There's
almost like the green you see in fluorite, actually.
I was thinking, actually, the first time I saw it, it reminds me of the Tucson green. It's absolutely stunning shade, really beautiful.
Hi, Maggie.
Come on now.
Love you. Love you.
Quite like you.
Good. Quite like you. Have a look at these. These are pretty. 10! Oh, huge amount of charms. And look at the size of these as well. Really substantial. Do you know what? I've got to build up my charm collection. I've got to do it. Because we've just got so many here at Jewellery Maker. We're spoiled. And you know, we're talking kind of £2 a charm, there or thereabouts here at Jewellery Maker, aren't we? £20 for these. I am in. Put them down on my list. 925 sterling silver flower charms. Flowers will never, ever date. Never date. In fact, if I bring back the Praisiolite, the green amethyst, look at that. That's like my dream piece of jewellery right there. Oh, look at that. See, you've got that floral design. You've got that beautiful, delicate colour from your green amethyst there. Perfect combination.
It's really, really glorious with silvers, but it looks sort of different with golds as well. But those are amazing.
They're
Absolutely
gorgeous. You could add these
gorgeous.
to anything, couldn't you, Jem?
Yeah.
Anything and everything. You know, from your stretchy bracelets to your earrings, any gemstone you like, you could add them to.
You could, and if you layered them up, they're going to sort of jingle. That's going to make that really light tinkling noise.
I love noisy jewellery.
I do too.
I love movement and noisy jewellery. They'd look fantastic together. Or you could just have them on your craft stall, you know, individual charms. I don't know. Do you know what? I'm in a generous mood today. I'm going to sell the charms on my craft stall at £5 each. £5 each. Well, there's £50 here for me, Jem.
That's very competitive, actually.
It
isn't
is.
it?
I think it's more than competitive because you know, again, look at that famous charm brand on the high street. £40 there or thereabouts for a solid sterling silver charm, no gemstones. £40 for one. You're getting 10 here at £1.49 a charm. So actually, if I charge £5 each for these on my craft stall, I am quids in. I'm £35 up.
That's fantastic. Really fantastic.
I buy a lot of gemstone here at Jewellery Maker with £35. MQ RF46 is your code for this one. 13 by 9mm in size. They are beautiful. Again, you can incorporate them into your bridal designs if you want to, but because we're going into spring, summer, just perfect, aren't they? $149. Customer says, if you want labradorite worktops, Hannah, the cheapest is $2,536 for a one. Do you know, that's not bad for a metre. No, but you imagine the carat weight that's in a metre of worktop.
Can you imagine the pendant I could make with that much labradorite? Just wire wrap that and
lug it round.
You'd need wheels on it.
A metre, £2,500. That's actually cheaper than I thought. I mean, I would need a lot of worktop. That's
When I'm a grown up, I'm going to have one.
when you're a grown up.
Oh.
When Maggie's a grown up, she's going to have
See,
one.
I have got such a tiny, horrible little kitchen that it probably would only
That'll probably
be.
do you then. Just a metre, there you go. Do you? Well, okay, how about we downsize just to a chopping board? Labradorite chopping board. Yeah, maybe. No. Right. Coming up for you in about 10 minutes' time. Cheese board.
It'd be good actually because it holds cold.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Great. Good idea. Oh, would you like cheese and biscuits, darling? Let me just go get my labradorite cheese board. These are coming up for you in 10 minutes' time. Biggest price drop of the show for you. They are amazing, aren't they? Oh, Gem's very excited. I'm so good at lip reading, you know. So good. Gem's like... if ever I try to mouth anything to the guys in the gallery, they're like, I can't understand what you're saying. I'm like, oh, forget it. Head pins. Have a look at these. 5 grams. Thing is, I do charades as well, and they still don't. I'm like, no. 5 grams of 925 solid sterling silver you've got in your featherweight head pins. Now, featherweight head pins, they're a delicate component, you know, it's fair to say. And they are a very delicate component. Do you remember the chain that we had earlier on? We had a chain earlier, and I said, you know, we tried with standard head pins, couldn't get the standard head pins through, but we could get the featherweight head pins through. These would be perfect because it was a solid 925 sterling silver chain that we had. But because they're such a delicate component, you need to have something that you can rely on, don't you? You know, you need to have that component that actually will withstand the test of time. Now, if there is anything that will withstand the test of time, it's 925 sterling silver, isn't it? You know, 92.5% pure silver, 7.5% of your other alloys, typically copper, that will make that up to 100% there. So you are looking at a component that, yes, is very delicate, but actually because it's solid 925 sterling silver, that will withstand the test of time for you. So if you're making any kind of bubble bracelets, bubble rings, if you want to add charms to a delicate chain that doesn't have that link that's quite big enough to take a standard head pin, you will need these. They are essentials, your featherweight head pins, and you have 100 pieces in total, which is 5 grams, serious grammage of 925.
I love that word. Did you make that up?
Yeah.
I love it.
You can use it if you want.
Can I?
Yeah.
That's a lot of grammage in those featherweight head pins there.
It is, isn't it?
Love
Some
it.
serious grammage. It's in the dictionary, Jewellery Maker dictionary. It's a bit different to the Collins and the Oxford.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Some great words in
Good to know.
AOWI02 is your code for this one. For 100 pieces, we're going to take them down to just £12.95 for you. 0800 644 655. Webbers, check out as soon as you can. And remember, you can multi-buy. So with components like this, as I know a lot of you multi-buy, because you get through so many, don't you?
You do, yeah, absolutely. And when you're working with the higher end jewellery, if you're wanting to create bridal or prom jewellery that is likely to become an heirloom piece,
yeah,
you want to work with the solid precious metal. And if you're working with high-end gemstones, they often have the slightly smaller drill holes.
Yeah.
So you absolutely need to have your head pins in that format as well as the other formats. You know, with any of the pearls that we've had, they're going to be beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, the pearls, tanzanite, the London blue topaz we've got coming up as well. They'd be perfect for, wouldn't they? AOWI02 at just £12.95 for you if you have them in your basket. Just make sure you're checking out as soon as you can for those. They are fabulous. Sterling silver link chain, more sterling silver. This one. Oh. 50 centimetre length you have here. Isn't this pretty? It's very contemporary. Really, really contemporary. I love this one. Wouldn't have to do anything to this gem if you didn't want to.
It's fab shapes on those links.
Yeah.
Really gorgeous. Excellent size as well.
Yeah. You could imagine the charms you could have. You could go for some really big gemstone charms on this, couldn't you?
You absolutely could, or you could wire in a gemstone every other link, or every third link, or you could have your birthstones in there, family members' birthstones. So many options when you've got something a bit different.
Couldn't you? That'd be great. 50 centimetres in there, but don't have to keep it as a necklace. I mean, you could just add a jump ring and a clasp to that if you wanted to. But, you know, I think you could get, so let's have a look, 50 centimetres. You could go for 2 bracelets and an earring chain as well if you wanted to. Charm bracelet. Yes, looks nice, doesn't it? Looks really nice. Designer, Maggie saying, designer, high end, she says, high end. It does look really designer and high end, doesn't it? 5.3 grams, a solid 925 sterling silver you have there. 0800 644 655. What would you do with yours, Jem? Do you think you'd go for the necklace? Would you make bracelets?
I'd want so many of them, and I'd make a huge necklace with graduating length. So I'd start with a 14-inch, 16, 18.
Jem, you mean the layered up look?
The layered up look. I'd absolutely be layering it up.
Brilliant. £12.95 for you. XCRF54. I thought you had a tray of sausage rolls from me then, so absolutely gutted. Genuinely thought you'd got sausage rolls everywhere. I was like, yes. Brought me some of the buffet in. XCRF54. Oh wait, there's one left, says Maggie. One lonely little sausage roll. Is that the one that's gone a bit stale now? One that Emma dropped on the floor. I'm all right. I think I'll give it a miss. Thanks. I'll wait until I get home for my buffet birthday tea. £12.95. Well done if you've managed to check this out already. If you haven't, add it to your order. The fantastic price tag. 5 minutes until the London blue topaz for you. Storage. Now, I bought you this storage. In fact, I think this is a different one. These are deeper than the other ones I had. I was talking about the other ones that I had, which I think are pretty much half as shallow as those ones, the other day. That I bought some of these from that Caring Body Shop for cosmetics, because I... believe it or not, like to travel lightly. You wouldn't think it when I walk in the building here at Jewellery Maker, but I do. So what I do is I bought pots like this from that particular shop and put cosmetics in. So I put like moisturisers in, foundations, you know, little bits and pieces. These are fantastic for that. I paid, I think it was £5 for, I can't remember whether I got 4 or 5. I just can't remember. But here, you're getting 12 pots and your larger storage tray there as well. With these, it's brilliant. As bonkers as it may sound, transparent storage is the key. It really, really is. Because you don't have to rummage through things for hours on end looking for the right component or the right colour or the right size. You know, you can stack these. I mean, you could have them on your workbench, couldn't you? Place them at the back of your workbench up against the wall so they don't fall over. And you can see everything that's in there. You could go for colour coordinating. You could go for alphabetical order if you're really organised. You could go for sizes in gemstones as well if you wanted to. You could label them up. So you could write on these if you wanted to, entirely up to you, permanent marker pen. You could stick little labels on them as well. Or, thinking outside of the jewellery box, spices.
First place my mind went to, actually.
We've all got, I've got, my spice cupboard is an absolute, oh my gosh.
It's a zone of terror.
I'm sure I've got spices in there from like 1976, you know? It's like, I really need to sort it out. It's like, there's like so many in there. Let's get organised, you know? They're great for things like that as well, you know, putting tablets in, popping them in your bag. There's just so many things you can use these for, you know, thinking outside the jewellery box again. But use them for your gems of distinction. Use them for your jump rings. Use them for your findings. Your seed beads, the Miyuki beads are perfect for as well. £4.95. Give over. 0800 644 655. That's 12 pots and you've got your large storage tray there. So this, do you know what I put in there, Jem? All my French wire.
I thought you were going to say lunch.
No, it's not big enough. It's just not big enough for my lunch, unfortunately. Our Wendy walked past me in the office yesterday. She went, "You eating again?" I was like, it's not my fault you walked through at lunchtime. I like food.
Your body's busy, you've got to fuel it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I am eating for 2. You'd think I was eating for 4, seriously. That would be perfect to put all your French wire in, actually. Keep all your French wire in there, perfect. Or any of your wire, anything you like, in fact. Or you can just keep those all in there.
You know, you were talking about the transparency of them.
Yeah.
The fact that they're crystal clear, you can almost plan a design when you're looking at the top of the tray. So you've got some variation. Maybe you would buy 10 and then have one for your reds, one for your oranges, one for your greens, so on and so forth. You can plan just looking through the lid.
Yeah.
You don't have to get it all out and line them up. You can sort of jiggle them around.
And it's great to have them out as well. So you haven't, you know, pulling that drawer out, rummaging through the drawer, looking. It's organised, you know.
Glue them to the underside of the shelf. So put glue on the lid.
Yeah.
And then you screw the finger so it's off your surface.
She is so clever. This is
That's
something for
genius-tastic.
Pinterest, Maggie, that is. Maggie says, have your shelf above your desk, glue the lid to the shelf, and then you can just get them down and pop them back up.
So you've got a clear workspace?
And for the things that you're using all the time, like your different findings.
Yeah,
perfect.
just have them there. I love that, right? Everybody, all the jewellery makers around the country now, Maggie, you send us pictures. Look at my shelf. Amazing. Genius, Max. Love it. Craft bag. This is the one, isn't it? So, Jen, when you asked me earlier, you know, what do you want for the baby? Just buy me a craft bag and put 6 bottles of gin in there, because you can fit them in there. No problem at all. Not for baby, obviously. It was Ginger Brunwell, actually, that first discovered that you could fit 6 bottles in one of these craft bags. Do you know what? You can put anything in them. Again, they are fantastic for all of your jewellery making stash. This is the one that I have. Well, I say I have. I bought it from a mum for Mother's Day about 2 years ago and stole it back off her. She's never had it back. So yeah, this is the one that I've got, and I've got absolutely, I mean, it's piled over now. I could really do with some more, but they are fantastic, especially for just kind of carrying from room to room in the house as well. You know, if you're going from your work room and you want to go and work in the lounge or at the dining table, for example, you know, just having a selection of stash. It could be a selection of tools you've got in there, some of your wire, some of your beads, some of your, you know, your threading materials in there. You can get a lot in there. Or maybe you're just going out for the day, you've got a bit of a journey, hubby's driving, couple of hour journey, just take the essentials in there. You can be doing pieces in the car maybe as well, you know, for a little commute or a little journey somewhere. There are 5 components inside, and that is a pretty deep bag there as well, so you can fit lots in there. On the side, you've got loads of compartments. So you've got 3 on the front there, handy for your mobile, maybe a little bit of cash if you're going off to the craft stall as well. Another 2 on the side, or 3 actually, 3 pockets on the side you've got there. I like this one on the back. Huge this, get loads in there, absolutely loads and loads.
You could get a fairly big mobile in there, couldn't you? You know, one that's almost a tablet rather than being a phone.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? Yeah, in fact you could. And then you've got another 2 pockets on the side there as well. The thing about these is they're so great, aren't they? You know, you're going to get noticed. How can you not notice that craft bag? Look at the colours, fantastic. £14 and 95 pence. It's a great gift idea as well. You know, if you've got any birthdays coming up, you're thinking of buying somebody something special, somebody's a jewellery maker, get them a storage bag, get them a couple of strands as well, a couple of tools, a couple of components. The storage, yeah. Our gem. Yeah, no problem.
Yes. I'm so pleased that fits.
Storage. In fact, I could get 2 of them in there, Jen.
That's what I was thinking.
I could get 2, 4, 6. I could get 8 of those just there with all my seed beads in. You know, whatever it is. If you're not glued them to your shelf. KSZX 23, £14 and 95 pence. Well done. If you've managed to check that out, that is a fantastic price tag.
You know, if you were going on public transport, that's not an overly sized bag to put on one of the little lap trays or one of the little tables that you get. So you could get away with doing a bit of work while you're travelling there as well.
Yeah. Do you just say you've seen people put prams on those trays? Are you exaggerating, Danny? Exaggerating. Yes, thought so. It's time for a star bite. Now, limited, I only have 21 available. That is it. You are going to get the biggest price drop we have seen on any item on the mid-show today. Our director, Rai, he had to check this several times because he saw the price drop on his sheet and thought it was incorrect, because we don't do price drops like that normally, apart from today. If you are coming in and you're looking for bead quality, you're going to be disappointed, because this isn't bead quality. This is gemstone quality and some. That's what you have here. The difference between bead quality and gemstone quality boils down to clarity. Boils down to clarity. So basically, bead quality, you'll have that opaqueness to the gemstone, and then with the gemstone quality, you'll have fantastic clarity there, that transparency to the gemstone. The kind of clarity you'd see set into, you know, 18 karat gold on the high street in your boutique jewellers. Topaz, look how close, I mean, how close are we to those gemstones? Is it 40 times magnification, something like that? You know, you couldn't really get any closer, could you? I don't think so. And they are pretty much eye clean. Now, topaz it's a coloured gemstone. So coloured gemstones have a clarity grading scale of their own. So you know how diamonds have a clarity grading scale? That kind of goes from your I graded, which is included, to your SI graded, which is slightly included, to your BSI, which is very slightly included. So coloured gemstones have a different scale. So they are type 1, type 2 and type 3. So type 1 are your gemstones that are pretty much eye clean. Type 3 are your gemstones that are quite included. You'd expect to see that, you know, with inclusions like your corundum, for example. Topaz is a type 1 gemstone, so it falls into that category of pretty much being eye clean. Gemstone quality and some. Now, London Blue Topaz, there's a gemstone we don't see every day here at Jewellery Maker, and there's a gemstone you don't see very often on the high street. Swiss Blue Topaz, I've seen on the high street. Your Sky Blue Topaz, your White Topaz. London Blue, very, very sparse. Don't see that very often at all. Now, it gets its name because it's said to be very reminiscent of the London night skies, that beautiful, misty, midnight, romantic blue hue that you have there, that is so deep. You've almost got tealy hues coming through from those gemstones there. And that clarity, you know, that clarity is letting all of that light into that gemstone. So although we've got a deep tone, a dark tone in colour, actually it's allowing for a lot of brilliance for a dark gemstone. Can you see? Sorry, Mag, stop there. Go back a bit. Right there, right in the middle, that one at the bottom, there's like a flash of purple. Can you see? As you whiz past there, I just saw that kind of flash of violet coming through from the bottom. It reminded me of kind of your iolite, you know? That looks incredible. You can move on now, Max, thanks. 27 carats of your London Blue Topaz. Now, they're 6x4 to 10x5 millimetres. Now, a general rule of thumb, a 6x4 millimetre gemstone, you're pretty much looking at a carat there or thereabouts. But I'm going to count out what we have on this strand. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. 19 gemstones. Per gemstone, that is an average of 1.42 carats. 1.42 carats. Now, as many of you will know as well, you go out into the high street, you look for big carat weights, you don't see them. You know, we're lucky to get a carat in a solitaire. 1.42 carats is a huge, huge carat weight for just one of these gemstones. Averagely, obviously there's some that are smaller than others, so the central gemstones in that strand, the bigger gemstones, obviously going to have a higher carat weight than the smaller ones. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's London Blue Topaz, it's amazing quality, it's above and beyond our expectations. I would, with these, I would take 2 Shapatuks. I would take, you remember that 925 sterling silver chain that we had earlier on with the very, very small links on? I would take 2-inch lengths of that, and I would have delicate drops as earrings. 925 solid sterling silver. I think they would look so elegant, so high-end. 1 in each ear is all I would need because the gemstones do the talking. I don't want to detract from those gemstones. And I would put a price tag on those. I'm going to say £60. And I think that's a really, really great price tag for 2 of those gemstones. I could do that quite a few times over. Just remind me what the price is on the web, Danny. Right, telephone bidders, you can't see the price, you have no idea. Webbers, you've got this in your basket, you can see a price tag of £99, which is incredible, isn't it? Just fantastic. For 27 carats of London Blue Topaz, that is fantastic. Telephone bidders, if you love London Blue Topaz, trust me, start dialing now, because if you don't, as soon as that price tag goes down, you will miss out. 0800 644 655, £60 back in your pocket. £60. Couldn't I have bought both of the kits with that saving? £60. There you go, Jen. There's £60 back. Thanks, hon. You came to the checkout with £99. You handed me £100. Jen handed me £100. because the price tag was £99. But I, as the cashier, am saying, no, Jem, there's £60 change for you. £60 change. Merry Christmas, happy birthday. £39.95. That is the biggest price drop we have seen today here on our show at Jewellery Maker. £60. So actually, Jem, I mean, if you want, you can give me another £40 back and you can have another strand.
That's
I mean, you could get
incredible.
for
Two
£80
strands for £80.
and still have £20 left to buy something
And
else.
how many pairs of earrings is that? That's 19 pairs if you get 2 strands based on that example.
You said you got a D in maths. Yeah.
Well, 2.
And I'm selling them at £60 a pair.
Yeah. I know.
Everybody's just looking at each other now thinking, oh, help, help, somebody, somebody. So how many pairs of earrings can I make?
19 pairs if you buy 2 strands.
If I buy 2 strands, 19 pairs of earrings.
Even if you sold them at
£60.
£50, it's easier to do the maths, isn't it?
Okay, let's go £50 then, Jem. I'll let you work it out. It's approximately
That's like £1,000 or something.
5.
It's loads.
It's like £950. I think it's £950. No, 19 times, Danny. Yeah, we need 2 strands. Yeah, £950. Who needs a calculator? Maybe I should retake my maths exam. £950 if I buy 2 strands. They've cost me 80. That is, what a saving. Have you ever seen London Blue Topaz go so low? £60 saving.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful colour. It's really emotive. It's really evocative. I mean, you can say that that's the London night sky, but it can mean whatever you want it to mean. And it is such a beautiful hue.
Do you know what? For me, I just think it's the most romantic blue hue that we have in any gemstone. I think there's something very mysterious and romantic about London Blue Topaz.
Because it's of the smoky backdrop.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? 5
Really
chances
gorgeous.
is all we have left. PM, RU54 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Get your certificate of authenticity. Let me know what you're going to do with yours. How about a suite?
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, you'd be selling that one into 3 figures, wouldn't
easily.
you? You know, for sure. But I've got to be honest, I do agree with guest designer Janet Dwyer. Earrings is where the gravy's at. Really is. Sandra in Surrey says, wow, I got it. So happy. Wow. What's that, sorry? Of course it is. You don't need to tell me that. Danny's like, you don't need to tell me that, Daddy. Who needs a producer? He said that's the best price for London Blue Topaz. Nothing on our website that low. Of course there's not. Of course there's not. 4 chances. There's more of you with these in baskets than I have available. It's fastest fingers first. 8 in baskets. 3 left. I'll take them. I'll take them. Me and Jem will share them.
Yep, I'm happy to share.
Yeah?
I'm a sharing type.
There's 2. We'll have one each. Quick, let's
One
end
each,
the
sounds
auction.
good.
Yeah. Have a look at these together.
Can you imagine a Victoriana choker with those 2 together?
Oh. Look at those together. Oh, Danny said I look smug then because I got pearls and London Blue Topaz together. Wouldn't you be?
Yeah, to be fair.
Yeah. You know, I do love my job. I'm very privileged. You know, I get to handle thousands of pounds worth of gemstones every time I'm here. I know. You could incorporate those into the same design. That makes me think of Catherine Middleton. That's what that makes me think of. That's this kind of, something you'd expect her to be wearing, you know, on one of her little outings, one of her designer frocks and her amazing hair. Do you know, I hope I walk out of the hospital looking as good as she did when she gave birth. Did you see her hair? It was
like she just trotted out of a salon.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I phoned my hairdresser. Don't suppose you come to me here before I leave, can you? Oh, wrong strand. I just don't want to put the London Blue Topaz down. That's what it is. There we go. The pearls still available for you. Massive, massive size at just £16.95. So 10 by 11 to 14 by 10 millimetres in size. There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, approximately 40 gemstones we're looking at on that strand there. Danny says he thinks there were 38 if he remembers correctly. Yeah, I feel like 38 it was actually. UV MG, what, 16.95. I think we worked it out at like 88 pence for a pair of earrings cost, something like that. To make a pair of genuine pearl earrings, even if you pop them in silver plated copper, you wouldn't be selling them for less than £20, would you? Not that size. That's what I'm talking about.
Fairly
Earrings,
average,
gravy.
single faux pearl on a plated ear wire, £5 at a fair. And that's faux on faux. So when you've got a real pearl, slap it on a bit of real silver.
Yeah.
Much, much more.
Yeah. I mean, why would you want to part with a fiver for faux when you can have the real deal? Can I do these Labradorite kites, Daniel? Because Toby brought them in earlier on and literally my eyes lit up like they were sausage rolls. Very different. There can't be many of these left. We had these the other day, didn't we? Yeah, so these are very, very different, aren't they? Such a different shape. Oh, look at that there. All about the angle in which the light hits the gemstone to enable you to see that labradorescence. Every single one is showing off like an absolute pro. You've got these. Jem says, I've got these. I've got these. What would this Labradorite be saying if it was showing off, says Danny. Look at me. Look at me. That's like, you know, like, I don't know about you, we all do it as ladies, don't we? You know, you see other ladies and you think, do you know what, she's not wearing any makeup and look how pretty she is. She's not got an ounce of makeup on. Look how gorgeous she looks with no makeup on. You know? I look rough. Do you know, when I don't wear makeup, do you know, if I come in this building and I haven't, which isn't very often, with no makeup on, generally when I'm doing a morning show, people go, are you okay? Yes, I'm absolutely fine. I'm just not wearing any makeup. People always think I'm ill if I don't wear any makeup. But then you get those people, don't you, that just look amazing, you know, like absolute goddesses. It's like Labradorite. You know, there's no help from man. There's no makeup, none whatsoever there. Just naturally beautiful by it. So she is just swanning through the studio like, yes, look at me. You know?
It's elegantly amazing. Love that strand.
It's just exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. 145 carats of your Labradorite. They're graduated faceted kites there. 22 by 10 millimetres to 23 by 14 millimetres in size. £19.95. What would you do with your strand, Jem?
Many, many rings.
Many, many. Shall I tell you how many you could get? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19 individual gemstones you have there.
Which would be probably £15 in plated wire each. Yeah. 30 to 55, 60 pounds in sterling silver, dependent on your technique that you use, how much time you spend.
What a treat.
They're
what
beautiful.
a treat. I'm just having one of those moments again where I'm thinking, well, why is everyone not jewellery making, you know? It's just, would you look at those? Multi-buy. Can you imagine going out for that meal on Valentine's Day, walking into that restaurant wearing these around your neckline?
Definitely catch the eye of everybody.
Oh yeah.
They'd make lovely flowers as well with the shape that they've been cut into.
That would be different, wouldn't it?
Use them like a 5 or a 7 petal flower, see how they nestle up together.
That would look really unique. They are stunning, they're massive. Well done if you've managed to get that. WTRU24 is your code for those. Green amethyst bangle. Which one? I don't see any amethyst. I don't know what you're talking about. This one. Oh, I don't want to take it off. I don't want it to sell out. I love it too much. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really beautiful. I've got a Labradorite one of these. I know.
Gorgeous.
It's very stunning. I love these. This is exactly my kind of piece of jewellery. You know, it's kind of less is more, very simple. It's all about silver. It's all about that huge gemstone that you've got there. There is a big designer out there. We're all familiar with her. She sounds like a harmonica when she talks. And she's got pieces very similar. What I meant, Maggie's like, oh, I'm not following this. Her name rhymes with harmonica. She doesn't sound like a harmonica.
Well, that was a bit of a personal attack, Hannah. That's a bit uncalled for.
I
now I get it.
I mean, I've never spoken to her, so I don't know what she sounds like. Yeah. Oh, Monica Venada. Ashley Clark, Alex Monroe, Eddie Borgo. You know, sometimes I try and be smart about it, and then other times I just think, oh, forget it. Monica Venada, other designers are available. She has designers just like this on her website. You know, if you see any of her pieces in boutique stores, this is what you're looking at. You're looking at kind of less is more there. 63 by 56 millimeters in size. You've got a 10 carat green amethyst briolette cut there as well, and that is 16 mil. That is huge. Do we have a carat weight on this? Oh, 10 carats, there we go. 10 carats in a single solitaire. If you are somebody that follows these big jewelry designers on Instagram, Pinterest, you know, Facebook, Twitter, any of your social networking sites, you'll see pieces all the time. You probably get emails, you know, subscribe and you get emails. I do that all the time just so that I can compare prices. You'd be looking at high double figures, if not 3 figures, especially with the gram weight and the carat weight of the gemstone here. This is the look. Going forward into spring and summer, this is the look of the season. You have these on your craft stall, they will sell like hotcakes. The only trouble is you're not going to want to part with them at all. BT PK25 is your code for these. 0800 644 655. Launch price. It's not your price, is it? How many have we got left? 32. Record low coming your way. Never been this low before. £16.95. I'd be treating myself.
Do you know what? I'm pretty sure you'd pay double for the most simple silver bangle at a catalogue style store. It's going to be sort of £40–50 in just for the bangle.
I know the one, Jem. The one where you can't look at anything in the shop. You go into the shop, you can't look at anything. It's a funny shop, that, isn't it? I mean, why don't you just look online? Strange. £16.95 for your BT PK25. All in baskets. This is brilliant for me because it means I have a chance of getting one. I would really quite like this, and I'd like the green amethyst strands that we had earlier on as well, because the two together, look at that dream team, that wedding I've got to go to.
Lovely.
Oh,
really beautiful.
Tell you, can't wait. 0800 644 655. Check out as soon as you can for that one, but please leave me one. I would be ever so grateful. Amber pendant. Oh, do you know, this is exactly the same as the connectors that I picked up yesterday. I don't think my connectors were this size. I think they're a bit smaller, but the silver work is exactly the same. And obviously I've got a loop at the other end as well. Last 9. I know. Maggie's thinking out loud. Like this, Mags.
Love amber.
Isn't it gorgeous? Do you know what I love on this as well? It's the silver work. You know, it's just, isn't it all so organic? It's so in keeping with the design, isn't it? That is beautiful. You have a huge Baltic lemon amber pendant here. 25 by 12 millimeters in size. Look at that for colour. It's like liquid gold, that amber, isn't it?
Absolutely glorious. It's encapsulated sunshine. I adore it.
It's beautiful. I love this. I love everything, and this is why I bought the connectors were exactly the same as this, but it was the cognac, and it had another loop on, obviously. But it was everything about the design. It was that gorgeous silver work. You know, everything was thought of with the design process with this one. You know, nothing was left. £19. And 95 pence. Last 5 chances. 0800 644 655 NHGY 63 is your code for this one. 19.95 for the last 5 chances. It is fastest fingers first. Last 4. I mean, you could leave one for Maggie and Jem. That'd be great. I mean, I could have one. Oh, save my legs. I mean, this would be great, actually, for like the last few months that I'm here. Because obviously, you know, I'm like, I need a ladder now to get on and off this chair. Instead of me going over there, the guest only comes to me. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Thank you so much for today, Jen.
Thanks for having me again.
When are you back?
Appreciate it. I'm back on Tuesday with, I believe, yourself and Dan.
Oh my gosh, as if we've got her twice in the space of like a week and I haven't seen her for years. I can't wait for that.
Bus.
Can't wait. Make sure you're coming back for that as well. I will be back here tomorrow, by the way. I'm on the mid-show tomorrow with guest designer Sheila Davis as well. So do come and join me then for the Wedding Spring Fair. Zena will be up next with guest designer Hannah Osborne. So stay tuned for that as well. They've got lots and lots of treats coming up for you. Whatever you're doing for the rest of your evening, have a great evening. Have a safe evening. And I shall see you back here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Take care.